Oh, yikes. Yikes. What's up, bro?
The custody. What?
Pole match.
What?
I don't think that was.
I must have been gone at that
That's
time.
That's the one where. Was that the one where Vicky was late? Vicky. They're doing a spot, and Vicky, I think, is supposed to knock the ladder over. And they had to improvise, and Eddie goes to the ground and yells, camera on him, zoomed in, where the fuck is Vicky? So he's supposed to be selling this spot, and he's yelling, and then sure enough, camera goes to the aisle. Here comes Vicky running down, super late for the spot. They get to the end. Dominic goes back to Daddy Ray.
That, like I said, that was when I was going.
Custody for Dominic, baby. What's up, everybody?
Oh.
Good to see y'all. Oh, dope ones in here. That probably means the dope ones ain't slept.
Dope ones.
Oh, wow. Check this meeting of the minds out. Dave Garcia, and that's too much talent.
Oh, yeah, man.
Dave Garcia hit us with a see you later 7 minutes before the show started. Man, it's a cold world out there. It's a cold world.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I give it a break. Nike needed some help, so plus I'm revamping the website. You know, feel free to go buy something. Yeah, got some
NFL Combine. I feel like it should be my yearly NFL Combine story. I won't tell you guys today. Maybe I'll tell you guys during the break. I won't say it on the air.
You went to the Combine too?
No.
Was this?
This is when I ran the 40.
After you won the championship? Oh.
my 40 time story. What the heck was that? Oh.
Yeah, them was a bit ugly, man, for sure. Bit ugly. Not my bag. Definitely.
Let's get it.
Well, it's certainly not the day that we were hoping for, but we are happy that you are here with us on Odyssey, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook Live, wherever you may be watching or listening. We appreciate you making us a part of your day. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Collectively, this is D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. No Sacramento splashes last night. I'm sure there was plenty of alcohol consumed as that second half got underway, man. We should know better, dude. We should know better. Like, I know we were feeling good, and I'm not saying I wouldn't have been disappointed had we come in here and they had lost by 1 or 2, or, you know, they had lost a fight. If they had lost a game that had played out like most of the first half did, I'm not going to pretend like I wouldn't have been disappointed or upset. I don't think I would have felt like this, though.
Right.
Because it sure was, oh, look at that. It's the same old team. Oh, look at that. They still got the same tendencies. Oh, look at that. We took our high school girlfriend back and she still act the same way. That's what happened, man. That's what happened.
I was running around doing some things yesterday, and they were up. I was watching the game at the Reese's baseball practice. They were up playing well. Fox was doing good. Had some good moments to close out the half. I was like, all right, I think it was a 4-point game. Okay. All right. New Orleans is playing good basketball. It's not going to be something where you maybe lead wire to wire.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a moment early in the third where they went down 9. Like, I think somebody had missed a free throw. Trey Lyles got the rebound, missed the putback, and then they gave up like 4 straight points, went down 9. Gentry calls a timeout, and I'm listening to that on the way to the next practice. And yeah, I turned that. I was like, yeah, this. At that moment, I didn't know it would be like this, but at that moment, I was like, this game's over.
Yeah, you turned it because you felt like you knew the outcome before the outcome got there. Like once it felt like the shot stopped falling, and there are some things that I noticed along that game, and it could absolutely be an overreaction, but like that wasn't the Phoenix Suns. I do think the New Orleans Pelicans are good. I disagree greatly, and I said this yesterday with James Ham's thoughts on the Pelicans. Good matchups for intriguing matchups when you talk about Ingram, Sabonis, Fox, McCollum, and you work in Harrison Barnes, Valanciunas, all of those different things, and I think New Orleans is talented. I think they've played way below what they should be, with or without Zion. I think they've played way below what they should be. But that wasn't the Phoenix Suns out there, dude.
Nah,
that wasn't the Golden State Warriors. Like,
you can't get beat down like that by them.
And
can't.
You walked away from the game because you sensed it, like you felt it. Like, and I think a lot of us did. Like, all right, can they make that run? Can they cut this lead, down to within striking distance? And the emphatic answer was no. And I think there's a reason for that, which we'll dive into here today. Of course, as always, we want to hear from you, 916-349-1320 as we get going today. Brenden Nunes of the King's Herald, the King's Beat, and the King's Pulse. Man is busy.
He's everywhere. You ain't never there.
He's going to join us coming up at 2:17, and our 1320 host and contributor, Olivia Christian, is going to be with us for the final hour of today's show. Give and go with Maybach O, the final hour today. Also, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can get us on Facebook Live as well. And we just use this term so often, an embarrassing way to come out in that second half. You played a really solid style of basketball. There was, the ball movement was there. There was an effort of defense there. I think De'Aaron had 17 in the first half. Harrison was really cooking in the first half as well. He was getting to the foul line. He was efficient in everything that he was doing. He had 15, limited turnovers. There were a lot of things that were going really well for the Sacramento Kings. And it even felt like, all right, we're going to get a solid night on both sides of the floor from Davion Mitchell and Dante DiVincenzo. We're going to get a little bench production today. Okay, that's a good sign when you got the bench clicking. And then it stopped.
In a heartbeat.
That production from the bench stopped. Even De'Aaron slowed down. What did I say? De'Aaron had 17 first half points. What did he finish with? 25?
25. He had 19 with like 8 minutes to go in the third.
I ain't going to do it.
Actually, I take that back. He had 20 with 8 minutes to go in the third.
Everything that was cooking went stale. And
it was just tough to see it play out like that. Like you mentioned, if it's a loss, it's a loss, right? But to get beat down in that fashion, that's disappointing from this group, who had played better basketball. They had played some, I thought, decent basketball. I'm not going to overestimate it, but they had played decent basketball since the trade. And you didn't think that they had a 30-point beatdown in them. But here we are.
Yeah. A 30 points in a game that we dubbed the biggest game of the year. They knew this was a huge game. They knew how important this back-to-back stretch was. By the way, no time to lick your wounds is apparently they had trouble getting out of New Orleans today. Right. They had trouble getting out of New Orleans today.
Yeah.
They're just
got a game
to San
today.
Antonio. Yeah, they do. They have a game in a few hours. They knew this was a big 2-game stretch. They knew this was a big stretch of 5 games of basketball when they got it going. Denver's whatever, you kind of take that for what it is, but you couldn't fall flat against New Orleans. You couldn't fall flat against San Antonio, and it's asking a lot for this team to not only win back-to-back games, but you're asking a team to win back-to-back games on the road. When effectively, I think they had only won 2 games on the road when you count the Oklahoma City game. It was like, what, two out of the last 15?
Yeah, what I think James Hanley said, they were like 1-1 for their last 18 or something like that. Something crazy.
And that had to have been before the Oklahoma City game because they won that one. So that's that's still a terrible, that's just a god-awful stat. Yeah. And here we are like, well, guys, you're going to have to equal that win total that you've had over the last 18 games over the next 2. And I guess that's shame on us for thinking that this team would be able to go out there. And we thought, and this goes back to something that we talked about months and months and months ago. We thought that the Spurs and the Pelicans and the Kings were kind of in that same tier. Mm-hmm. They, in fact, are not. Mm-hmm. Like the Kings might be in a tier by themselves. Like they're not Houston in Oklahoma City, but I don't think that they're San Antonio in New Orleans either. Like it's
San Antonio,
just the Kings.
It's nitpicking because I don't think San Antonio's like, they stink too, but they're not New Orleans. We know that.
No, they're not, but I trust San Antonio's heart more than I trust Sacramento's. Kings could win tonight. Kings might very well win tonight, but you know what I'd bet on. You know how I feel about betting. You know what I'd bet on? Not Kenny's money, my money. San Antonio ain't losing by 30 tonight.
No, I don't think they're losing by, partly because the Kings ain't beating nobody by 30. So there's that aspect too. But I understand what you're saying. But I mean, even if they're not in a lane by themselves, they're in a lane of 2 teams, right? At best, them and San Antonio, and they're both not good. So they, like I said, the biggest thing, and we'll talk about this pretty much probably all throughout the show. The biggest thing is, how does the situation get the way it did? That moment I talked about when it got to 9. That should have been whatever wake-up call was needed for that team to say, hey, we're letting this thing get out of control. Let's tighten up on the defensive end, or let's tighten up with the traveling, or the turnovers. Let's make sure on the offensive end we're finishing strong and we're not being soft and we're precise with running our stuff. How does it go from, it didn't go directly like this, but from being down 9 midway through the third to losing by 30?
Well, we were going to get to that, but
the answer is it shouldn't.
Well, it's
like there's no way.
But but that wasn't your question though. You said how. You said how did it get there? Well, we saw that old familiar trait. This wasn't a Brooklyn game. I never thought they quit in the Brooklyn game. I never thought they stopped trying. Like they tried. They just sucked. Last night, man, it looked like they kind of threw in the towel. It looks like they got frustrated last night and kind of threw their hands up like, I don't know what to do.
And
hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just me. But that's how I felt watching that one. It was I looking at the television like, oh, we're doing this.
Yeah.
Buddy ain't out there. Marvin ain't out there. But it looks like this team's just kind of can't figure it out. So they're, as Morgan Reagan would say, Chuck City. They just out there. They had nothing going for them, and I think they just kind of threw their hands up.
Hey, and
the Pelicans took advantage. By the way, the Pelicans deserve a lot of credit for what happened last night.
Yeah, and Leezy asked the question. He said, "Who's the guy that stirs the drink?" Right now, I don't know if they have any. Because here's the deal, and we'll ask this question more along. What we saw yesterday was indicative of what we've seen for years,
forever, yeah.
And what we saw this year, and that spans De'Aaron Fox being in the game. That spans De'Aaron Fox being out for 2 weeks. That spans Tyrese Halliburton being the focal guy, Davion Mitchell being the shooting guard, Buddy Hield, like that stand Luke Walton as the coach. What we saw yesterday, Doug, what we saw yesterday is something that we've seen for years now. And everybody's all over the place. And how you change that is the question that Monty McNair is going to have to answer.
Will Z had this stat for us. It was 1 week ago today, actually, about the Kings have had at least double-digit deficits in 41 of the 60 games. And I think our man Jason Ross expanded on that last night. And this is the 21st time the Kings have been down 20-plus points in a game.
Wow. That's
ridiculous.
Unacceptable.
That's ridiculous. The good news about being frustrated is we could be frustrated together. We'll laugh along the way here. We're with you for the next 4 hours. We're just getting started. It ain't going to be no doom and gloom, man. We're going to have some fun. Stilo and KC.
Always,
Sacramento's #1 sports station. No Drake bars, though.
Oh, now I'm sad again.
ESPN 1320. Man, I don't know that we'll get to it today because Brandon's going to be with us at 2:17. I'll make time for it during one of the breaks or even this one. There's some big time wrestling news out there, like all over the place over the last 2 days.
I haven't seen that.
Vince McMahon's on the Pat McAfee show. He announced he's going to induct The Undertaker into the Hall of Fame. Tony Khan bought Ring of Honor.
I did see that.
And that CM Punk MJF storyline is probably the best storyline in professional wrestling in the last decade. It's so simple, but it's great storytelling. And man, when Punk walked out in that white shirt, it was like, it's not a CM Punk shirt. It's just a white shirt. And then MJF walked out in the white suit. Oh, you knew it was going down. You knew it was going down in a major way. And what a great angle they cut yesterday. What a great promo, man. So good. So good. Like, oh, this is just some of Punk's best work. Like they have gotten over a picture of MJF as a kid with CM Punk. They've built the entire story around that. And incredible.
What this is on a far smaller scale, but I came across, see, I'm a little more simple. See, Damian understands the intricacies of the science of wrestling. But I came across the clip that I deemed the early leader for clip of the year in wrestling last night. Who was that young lady? She may get me to watch. I tweeted it out yesterday.
I missed it. Why don't I see your I
got me blocked like Bobby Jarrell.
Probably.
It was simple. It was throwaway, but it had me hooked.
Oh, shout out Denise though. Denise rocking with D-Lo and K.
Yeah, shout out Denise.
Early leader for moment of the year.
Throw the volume up on that. Throw the volume up on that.
Nobody gives a damn about that karate shit.
Well, hold on a second. Obviously,
on the top.
Well, of course they are. Bitch, shut up before I kick you in the face again. Nobody gives a damn about that karate shit.
Well, hold on a second. Obviously.
Yeah, I remember watching her. She won the that's the I think it's called like the TBS title or the TV title or something like that. But I watched her when that tournament came to a conclusion.
Bitch, shut up. Nobody cares.
That's good stuff right there.
So simple, but you know, the thing I think I liked with her in that moment is it just seemed real, right? Like it wasn't somebody trying to act like as much as I love her, sometimes it feels like Bianca is acting like Bianca. Sometimes it's authentic, but sometimes like just the verbiage is like, oh, you're doing too much. That was like That's what she'd say all the time. There was no. This is what.
There was no overstripping.
No. I'd kick you in the face again. Nobody cares about that karate shit.
That's funny. That's a good line, bro.
Oh, you know it's here. My board's all a mess right now.
See, had it ready for you. See, I got mine.
Oh my God!
I got mine. That next heel turn is right there.
you know, I got. I don't even know who this young lady is, but that's my girl for her clip. It cracks me up every time. Hold on, I got you guys. People are asking for it.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
Indeed, we're live. I told you we was gonna have fun today. I told you, Kings, you will not take my joy, devil. You will not.
Can't do it, won't do it. Oh, what a pass. I forgot my boy Devontae Graham was on the Pelicans. I really like Devontae Graham.
Odyssey, best place to listen to D-Lo and KC. You can listen to us on your phone, on your tablet. You can listen to us on your laptop, your desktop, whatever it may be, and you never miss a single thing. Of course, if you want to watch the show and take part in the chat house, you could do that too. Chat house, one of the dopest communities, the dopest community in all the sports media here, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. We were having some fun during the commercial break, man, because that's what we do. We're going to have fun. We ain't going to let the Kings take all our joy, but we're going to definitely talk about the shortcomings of last night's game, man, and there were plenty of them. Brenden Nunes is going to be with us in the 2 o'clock hour, Olivia Christian in the 3 o'clock hour. We saw the other side of your boy Trey Lyles last night, though. It was fun while it lasted.
Bad night from Trey.
Trey Lyles era. Grand opening, grand closing. Boy,
Bad
that thing
night
shut
from
down
Trey.
quicker than them clubs I used to do at KSFM. Boy, that was a 1 week. Ladies in free before 10. That joint's closed the next week.
Yeah, tough night from him. 4 points, 1 of 5 from the field. No real impact whatsoever on the game. Tough night from him. Tough night.
So is Trey Lyles closer to that? Closer to the Oklahoma City game? Or do you want to be a punk and split the difference and say he's in the middle?
No, I mean the history of his career says he's closer to that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what he is.
That's more so who his we don't well, I was about to say we don't do baseball cards anymore, but they're actually back, right? Baseball, basketball cards. But that'll tell you that's more so who he is. But more so who he is. Like last night he looked like a scrub. I don't think he's a scrub, but he's probably not a starting power forward on a really good team. That's kind of where it comes.
Or on a really bad team, apparently. That's what the Kings are like. I don't know what it looks like for I don't know what it looks like for Trey Lyles on a really good team. I know what it looks like for Trey Lyles on the Sacramento Kings.
On the Sacramento Kings, yes. On the worst team, well, I shouldn't say that. One of the worst teams. I mean, he was decent. So
he was decent for a game.
Well, no, he was decent. He averaged 10 points a game for Detroit. The Kings would take 10 points a game at the power forward spot. He didn't have 10 last night, but like I think he's more so around there, 8, 9, 10 points a game.
But if you average the last 2 games, it's 14.
Oh, you get that Willie Cauley-Stein rebound.
Gotta think,
averages.
Buddy. You gotta think, buddy. You gotta think, indeed.
Or you'd have 16 rebounds in a game and 1 the next or 0 the next. He's averaging 8 rebounds over his last 2.
You know what it is. You know what it is. Unsolicited shot at Willie Cauley-Stein, by the way. That was unnecessary. What did Willie ever do to you? I think. What happened to Willie today? He's
who's with again? Philly or something like that.
Philly.
Yeah. All right, Willie, come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Well, it's
I don't know if I could say go get you a ring. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but go get you some good, playoff memories, Willie. Let's go, baby.
Your Philadelphia 76ers are 3-0.
No, they beat my New York Knicks. That's what they did last night.
There's a lot of interesting things, by the way, in terms of the standings that happened last night. Many in the Kings universe, not many, but some, in attempt to prove some sort of ridiculous point, were live tweeting Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers in overtime, which was fascinating because I scrolled through a couple of these particular people's timelines, and it was amazing how they gave zero credit to De'Aaron Fox's performance against the Oklahoma City Thunder because it was against the Oklahoma City Thunder. But these dudes were live tweeting the Indiana Pacers game that they were watching on League Pass when they beat the Orlando Magic in overtime
to make sure they didn't lose to them 2 times in a row.
Now, I only bring that up because the Pacers and the Kings are very, very close in record wise. The Pacers have 22 wins. The Kings have 23. Pacers got a win last night. Kings got a loss. Also, the Thunder won. so all of a sudden you look around. I mean, the Kings remain like, boy, we thought that game against New York was going to have major implications for one reason. It turns out that game against New York on Monday at the Golden One Center may have major implications for an entirely different reason. Could be some lottery balls at stake on Monday at the Golden One Center.
There absolutely could be. I know a lot of people are into that. I mean, I'll let them deal with that. You know what I mean? Like, I'll talk about it, but like, I don't care where the Kings pick. I can honestly say I don't care where they pick. Whatever they do with that pick, whether it's drafted or traded, just has to be perfect. Perfect. You understand me? I make no bones about it. I didn't say it has to be right. I said it has to be perfect.
That's right.
I don't care what they do with it. I don't care where they pick. If all the people that want them to tank, sure, tank. Just make sure whatever you do, it's perfect, Monty. If you don't tank, make sure what you do with that pick is perfect. That's all that matters to me.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Throwing the towel over my shoulder.
Swat the gum.
Oh,
got
to this day. I swat the gum.
Adam brings up a great point. He said when BI sized up Barnes and hit that fadeaway on him, I was so upset when that happened. I wanted to go get Harrison off the floor like an angry parent. Like, come on, baby, you don't need this. Come on, Harrison, take a breather. And I mean, Harrison ain't no punk. He ain't gonna back down from nothing.
Yeah.
But man, Ingram essentially told everybody, get out the way. I'm going one-on-one with Harrison right here. And I mean, Ingram was just nasty last night.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'll say this about Brandon Ingram. I know a lot of people are upset with Harrison Barnes and when they tried to put Fox and all this other stuff on him. This is why I would always say when people are like, let's go get Brandon Ingram. Unless they're moving, why the hell would the Pelicans ever think about moving? Brandon Ingram is one of those dudes that when he gets in his groove, when he gets in his bag, however he's feeling that night, and it has nothing to do with if you roughed him up, in the first quarter of the game. Or if he just feels great that night, walking into the gym, he going to drop 25, 30, 35 on you. He's that nice of an offensive player. So, like, I don't think first name that comes to mind is Luka. Like, if Luka tore up Harrison Barnes, we would be like, oh my gosh, Barnes is terrible. We'd be talking about how great Luka is. That's how I feel about Brandon Ingram. Like, he's just not, you ain't doing nothing with Brandon Ingram. The Kings don't have nobody that can do anything with Brandon Ingram. There's not a lot of people in the league that can do anything with Brandon Ingram. So I know that was an issue for people like Barnes, Gardner, and that's Brandon Ingram, man. Yeah. That's how I feel. That's Brandon Ingram.
That didn't make me feel any less protective of Harrison Barnes when Ingram did him dirty like that.
No.
That was
Please
just
take care of
wrong.
my guy.
Yeah,
take care of my guy Harrison real quick.
That was just uncalled for. Absolutely uncalled for. Are we in evaluation mode now? Is that like we can't, because we can't be disingenuous and come in here on Wednesday and talk about how big the game tonight is, then they lose and go, oh well, it's okay. Nah, it's gonna be tough to make. It was gonna be tough, period. It's going to be really difficult. And I can't stress this enough. It would have been fun today if they won, for sure. But by about 1:30, it would have been right back to business, because the fact is they would have had to have won tonight too. Right. It wasn't an either or situation. To really have an opportunity at this playing spot, you would have had to have won both. They lost the first one. I have no idea what's going to happen tonight. And to me, it from a playing standpoint, it doesn't even matter. I can guarantee you that's over. As far as the playing stuff goes, that's a wrap. Like I've got no, barring something phenomenal on multiple ends from Portland, San Antonio, New Orleans, in addition to Sacramento beating really, really good basketball teams. There's nothing to discuss here. Now we can have fun with the standings, and remember where they rank right now. They're in the 5th position to draft. Cool. Lottery balls could change that. The lottery balls could change all of that. So are we just at the point now where, all right, well, let's take a look at Trey Lyles, or let's take a look at. I think Mo Harkless is under contract next year. I don't know. I don't know the specifics of it, but I'll pull it up. Yeah. I mean, is that where we are with 18, 19 games left? Is that where we are?
So here's the crazy thing. I don't think anything's going to happen with this team this season. I just don't. Like, once again, talk about betting and everything. Wouldn't bet that it's going to happen. We asked about a week or so ago before this. I said, that's about 25% or something like that. But for me personally, the way I mapped out the season, I'll keep saying it, nothing has happened that I didn't expect to happen. And I still had them going 14-11 to finish the season. So when you look at it like that, you're in evaluation mode. And I think you're still part of that evaluation mode is playing Fox and Sabonis and Barnes and seeing how that works. And you're mixing in guys like DiVincenzo starting at the 2, or Justin Holiday and Trey Lyles and Mo Harkless, or in the rotations. Part of that evaluation for me is seeing how these guys work together, what doesn't work with, those with Barnes, Sabonis, and Fox, and seeing where you need to make the improvements in the off season. So,
yeah, I'm with you in that sense. It is an evaluation period, but this is not the Chimezi Metu, Jamias Ramsey's, Bob Woodard version of an evaluation period. Right. Like you've got to let Sabonis and Fox and Harrison Barnes play together. You got to figure out what you're doing at that starting 2, whether you're going to let it ride out being Justin Holiday. And obviously, plan A isn't Justin Holiday. It's almost certainly Terrence Davis. You have to make a difficult decision in the sense that you have to decide, without any evaluation, is Terrence Davis your starting 2 next year? Right. Do you attempt to move on, from Terrence Davis? Do you attempt to upgrade that position? They still, and this is, hey, I'll put the cape on Captain Obvious here. This team still needs improvement.
Absolutely.
A lot of improvement, whether it be the 4, whether it be the 2, whether it be a collection of guys on the bench who can shoot. I think Terrence Davis could be very good for that.
Absolutely. And regardless of what the Riches and the Professor Oaks like to say, we said this from day one. We said it from day one. They still got moves they need to make. After they made the trade, we were talking about what can they get for Rashawn Holmes in this deadline. Like, there were still players that needed to be added and need to be added to this roster. Like, they're not finished. This isn't we did this. All right, let's shoot for the playoffs next season with this roster. We're locked and ready to go. There are still positions that need to be filled. They need more talent on this roster. They need more consistency on this roster. So this final 20 game, 18 games, whatever they have left, you use that time to take the guys that you know are coming back. I think I'll put Barnes in there unless something catastrophic happens. I'll put Barnes in there, Sabonis and Fox. And yeah, you try to see like what works and what might not work around them. Another, we kind of glossed over it a little bit, but Dante DiVincenzo, he's not guaranteed to come back. I think he's coming back. I would like to see him back, in a couple different roles, whether it's, first guy off the bench or whatever, but you got to figure out if that's going to be money well spent. Maybe you want to use that money in that roster spot somewhere else. So you're looking at guys like that for sure.
It feels like De'Aaron, this could be rose-colored glasses, purple-colored glasses, or this just could be dumb. It feels like Fox, Sabonis, and Barnes isn't a terrible way to start things out.
I don't think so at all.
In terms of constructing what you're trying to do, like that doesn't feel like a lose by 30 team. Like because those three were there, available, in played big minutes last night.
Right.
And shout out to Domantas Sabonis, big fan of D'Lo and KC. Wasn't in any sort of foul trouble yesterday. Which is saying something given Jonas Valanciunas was on the other side of the floor with him. And that was every bit the battle that we said it was going to be.
Right.
Valanciunas, that starting five for the New Orleans Pelicans was just really, it was incredible. And when you talk about differences in games, you had 27 points from the Pelicans and 9 points from the Kings in those same two positions in the starting lineup. That ain't even factoring in bench play yet.
Tough.
That's just Herbert Jones and Jackson Hayes right there.
Tough. And speaking of that bench play, they went back to not getting much of anything. Dante and Davion, off night and off white, gave you virtually nothing.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned that, Kenny. They didn't, right? But I also feel like I thought they were busting their ass defensively.
That's why I said offensively.
So that becomes a difficult measurement because to a certain, I mean, whether Dante, Davion, and give him a little bit of credit here because he guarded him too, De'Aaron Fox. CJ didn't have that night. He didn't have that night that he's had since becoming the New Orleans Pelicans. I think we ran the number, what was it, 28 points per game? I think somewhere around there. Maybe it was 26, 27, 28, something like that, points per game for CJ McCollum since coming over from Portland. And, they had him 17 on 16. 17 points on 16 shots. It's like, okay, you did a good job there. But then it also became like, damn, like, I don't feel like the Kings were just Dante, De'Aaron. Man, these dudes shot like 60% from the field. Yo, how do you do that? 60% from the field?
Everybody
up a
outside,
little bit, but damn.
Everybody outside of McCollum and I guess Tony Snell and my boy Devontae Graham was like perfect. Like those are the only guys that seem to miss shots, not literally, but it feels that way. Everybody else couldn't miss. And I know like Dante and Davion, I agree with you. I think they worked hard on the defensive end. But this is like where I know a lot of people are like, yo, we just, you need to play better defense because they do. And you need defensive players and you still gotta hit shots, man. You gotta hit shots. If you're open, you gotta knock down shots. Like I think to the Warriors and stuff. But the Warriors, they play great team defense. They got guys like Gary Payton II or Damian Lee or Jordan Poole who aren't these great defenders. They have their holes as defenders as well, but they do just enough on the defensive end. And for the most part, if they get the ball swung to them in the corner after, somebody's double teaming Steph or something, they knock down the open shot. And that's what balances out everything with their game and why they're a good team. One of the reasons why they're such a good team is because their role guys, their bench guys, when they're open, they knock down shots. And Davion, Dante, you're open, you got to hit some shots. I think Davion was 2 of 9 last night.
Right.
You see,
Dante was 3 of 9.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hit some shots, man. Davion was 0 for 4 from beyond the arc. Dante was 1 of 5. 1 of 9 between those two beyond the arc.
But the whole team was a disaster from 3. Didn't stop them from jacking up 35 of them, but they were a disaster from.
Where do you fall on that? I know a lot of people feel like if you're not shooting the 3 ball very well, stop shooting threes. Like, yeah, I understand it. Like if I'm Dante DiVincenzo and I'm wide open, like I gotta shoot the shot and I've got to be able to knock it down. Me taking the 3 isn't as big of a problem. Genius alert. Me taking the shot isn't as big as a problem as me not making it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like
I know what you're saying. Yeah, but also there's the old, hey man, there's a reason you're open. They're forcing you in that position. And at some point, so to answer your question, where do I fall on that 835? Hey, maybe try something else. Maybe get going somewhere else. Maybe attempt to get going somewhere else. Maybe attack the basket. Maybe try to work the ball to Sabonis to get aggressive. The ball always, and it should, finds its way to the hands of Domantas Sabonis. Okay, but do it in a way where he's working to score or he's in a position to score, rather than trying to find an open Dante DiVincenzo or an open Davion Mitchell on the outside. I'd rather, at some point, miss 3, basket, miss 3, basket, miss 3, basket. Hey, man, drive.
Yeah.
Try to get to the foul line. Yo, De'Aaron had been, and De'Aaron, I was going to say De'Aaron had been 50% mid-range. De'Aaron was 50% from the field last night. He shot 1 of 6 from 3. I got that right. Yeah, he shot 1 of 6 from 3. Yo, you've been DeMar DeRozan from that range. At what point during this amazing stretch that DeMar DeRozan has is he goes, you know what? I'm going to start shooting threes. Hell nah. He's like, I'm killing them with this. I'm going to keep doing it. De'Aaron, you killing them with this. Keep doing it. You said this. You've probably said it 20 times here since the show's been in existence. This team is afraid of success, but because they've never been successful, I'd be more apt to say this team is afraid to look like anything close to competent. They were right there, as disastrous as this season has been, much like last year, as disastrous as this season has been, they were right there with an opportunity to make things really, really interesting and really, really uncomfortable for the teams around them. And they just rolled over and died.
Yeah.
And it's like De'Aaron, again, he shot 50% from the field. It's going to work for his numbers. 25 points last night. It's going to work for his numbers. But why didn't 1 of 6 from 3? Dude, skip that. Do what you've been doing. You've started to eliminate more of the 3 from your game. DeMar DeRozan is essentially eliminated it all, almost completely. You're as good at that as he is. Get to be hashtag mid-range city. But just when things click, you know what? Let's back away from that. Let's fall back. All we saw last night was a team with new players fall back into their old ways. And I don't know if that's an indictment of De'Aaron Fox. I don't know if that's an indictment of Harrison Barnes or Alvin Gentry or guys that have been on this team for a lengthy period of time. But man, that circus that we saw last night looked awfully familiar.
Well, we'll say this, and there was a number of different factors that go into a loss like that, especially losing like that. But they were nowhere to be found in the second half, and De'Aaron Fox was nowhere to be found in the second half.
He wasn't.
So, I mean, 1 + 1 = 2 right there. When you talk about straw that stirs the drink, they go as this person goes. It's him, for better or for worse.
Yeah. Let's step out and come back. You mentioned something that I want to dive just a little bit further into. We were talking about defense and defense being a weakness on this team. And there was something that I noticed, and maybe this is just an overreaction to last night's game, but there was something that I noticed from the Pelicans that I want to run by you and see what you all saw out of that as well. If you want to take part in the conversation, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, it's a great way to do it. Steelo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320.
Kobe was good. Once again, we big in Seattle. Hey, we bigger in Seattle than Softy Mahler. We bigger in Seattle. They leaving Softy coming to D-Lo and KC. We appreciate you. We're big in Seattle.
Yeah, we get it. And keep jumping in here repping, because that might be the only way you ever get a team. Oh man, y'all don't leave. I don't listen. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. It's the same team that moves. Can y'all hit the thumbs up? We got to do better than this. Come on, guys. This is King's second half effort last night right here with the thumbs up. Like, that's a bad look. We can't do that. We can't do that. Let's get that thumbs up there, please. Really, really appreciate it. Big deal. It's not quite an Instagram like. It's more important.
20 of the 3-point attempts were wide open.
Make sure you check out Night Chat tonight.
Yeah, man.
Goose and KC. Yeah, let's go. That thing gonna turn into a wrestling talk.
Last night, man, and they didn't believe it was me.
I was watching Night Chat too this morning.
They didn't believe it was me. They was like, nah, KC not in the chat. What are you talking about? I'm right here.
Keep hitting that thumbs up. Please keep hitting that thumbs up. Dr. David. I am moving the Reese's Dope Tea over to different material. It's going to be like the tri-blend material like the rest of them. That was going to go up with the spring collection, but I'll get it up for you ASAP. I actually think it's already created. I might be able to, I honestly might be able to post it now. If you give me a second.
Representing for the gangsters all across the world.
Gotta have that Reese's Dope Tea. Let's see.
Hitting them corners with them low-those, girl.
There it is. Yeah, I got you right here. Add into the store right now.
Nice.
Reese's Dope Tea.
Nice.
I honestly think this is one of my favorites. The Reese's Dope Tea, one of my favorites.
Love that thing. Here we go. I think Manny's
back
back at it again. Manny back at it again.
It was good to hear Manny call Deuce and Mo with the same excitement that he calls D-Lo and Casey. What's up, y'all?
Manny low-key smooth, man. Y'all don't know that.
I just woke up from my nap.
Manny just smooth. He's got that Chicago smoothness to him. Never been.
Oh yeah. That's a good spot, man. Chicago is a good place.
Never been. I got to get there. I hear nothing but great things about Chicago.
Okay, I was wrong, Dr. David. It's a little bit more than 2 clicks, but I'm just going to turn things over to Kenny just so I can get this posted for you. Coach Molly. I forgot Coach Molly's a Chicago girl. She in here repping for the town.
Coach Molly, what up?
There's a lot of Chicago. Manny, Coach Molly. Odyssey app, indeed. Best way to listen to D-Lo and KC. Best way to watch Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live as well. You want to get in on the conversation? You most definitely can, man. We would love to hear from you. 916-349-1320. Brenden Nunes is going to join us coming up in the 2 o'clock hour. And Olivia Christian is going to join us for the final hour of the show. Friendly reminder, another game tonight for the Sacramento Kings. They'll take on the San Antonio Spurs. Immediately following the game, or shortly after the game, I should say. Night chat with Deuce and Mo, minus the Mo. It's Deuce and KC tonight. Let's go.
Yeah, man. You know, we out there. The one thing I got to know, I mean, so they were on at about 11:45 yesterday, 11:30 last night. Game ended at about 8 something, huh? We going that long again tonight, Deuce? I don't know.
Well, they had the Stockton. They started the show late.
Oh, okay.
They started
That's right,
the show
they did
late
have Stockton
because
yesterday.
they had to call the game.
Because I tapped in on like the last 30, 45 minutes. You know, when I finally got to sit down, I was like, oh, okay, let me see what's going on with night chat. And I was like, what time the game is?
I was in bed before.
What I sign up for?
No. It'll be Deuce and Casey tonight over on.
No, we're gonna have a good time. We might go to 11:45. You know, straight from like 7 o'clock to 11. We might.
Hey,
what
it's your world, living it,
man. I'm just, you know, I'm just. At what point?
At what point on a Friday? By the way, Deuce and Mo will be with us here on D-Lo and KC next Thursday. At what point? And this question isn't directed at you; it's directed at everyone else. At what point does Casey walk in tomorrow and be like, you know, Deuce would have done it this way? You know, Deuce is and we mentioned Deuce getting a shot at television. Deuce is a really, really good host, man. When I came to Sacramento and started messing around with sports radio a little bit, I got to do a week's worth of shows with Deuce, man. And that dude, he works his ass off. Like, he is super, super prepared for everything they do. And you guys share the trait of handwritten notes, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, you know, it's a lost start. It is. It's a lost start, man. You know, and I really don't like the fact that they don't even teach cursive anymore. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, most people don't even write.
Well, they need to
type. Why?
You need to at least know how to do it.
My grocery list is in my phone. You know, I don't. Wait, man. You don't need to learn. I do not believe you need to learn cursive.
Yeah, you should.
I don't believe you. I don't believe.
Did it hurt any of us? No,
it didn't hurt. But man, it's better use of our time. You know what I need? I need y'all to teach me how to use certain apps.
Teach the kids cursive.
I'm about to hire a kid to teach me how to use freaking TikTok. I still can't figure it out. 3 nights later, still can't figure out how I make the video where I tap the screen and I got a dope outfit on. Ain't figured it out where the damn. I got to create content. You're the ESPN 1320 content creator. Got to create something here. Good God. 916-349-1320. You know how much is paying someone half my age to teach me something? Mitch, what's that? Now I sound like the get off my lawn guy. What's good, Mitch?
Hey, Dan and Casey. Yeah, it's pretty warm over here. It's about 45.
That's not warm.
It's warmer to me, you know. I'm an Easterner. What can I tell you, Casey?
I don't even know if you were in Antarctica, 45 would be warm. That's not warm.
Yeah, you're right. I thought it's with the wind. It's just it's crazy weather, crazy times.
Is it shorts and hoodie weather for you, Mitch? You got shorts on?
No, I got thermals on. I got the sweat in my truck. I keep the hand truck warmer. That's where I hang it up.
Okay.
Okay.
Just
All
tap.
right.
I gotta make sure my bulkhead door. They got cameras now in this truck.
Oh my.
I'm a bit of a clown. I'm a bit of a clown here.
Okay, that's all right.
Fine.
You're our clown, Mitch, so that's fine.
If I get caught, I tell them how to talk to Casey and Damon.
That's fine.
Well, that should be easy.
Yeah, I know. Fax me a note. Kings, you gotta like their trade. I hope they pick a high in the draft. Don't take any of those two guys from Gonzaga. And the Pelicans, they should move to the Las Vegas, be Las Vegas Rebels. They got a big team. They don't even start a point guard. They're playing two centers, and they're missing the biggest guy in the NBA. If he can ever get his act together, they might make the playoffs. I think the Kings are better than them. I was shocked they lost by 30 last night.
Yeah,
they have a better game tonight.
Yeah, we appreciate you, man.
Absolutely hope so. You know, for the record,
we don't need to move that team out of there.
Yeah, I'd much rather.
What are Bilo and JC going to do for 5 minutes a day? If you move the Pelicans out there.
5 minutes. Was
5.5
stretch right there.
So, well,
did I ever talk about the Pelicans for 5 minutes when I was doing Bilo and JC? 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Solid point.
But yeah, man, I'm all for expansion, not relocating. There's enough money, there's enough talent that you should not have to move anybody. Just expand. And really, I know a lot of people want to throw out the Kansas cities and all that other stuff. There's only 2 cities that need teams. There's only 2. Right? It's Vegas, and I guess you can say Seattle, just so we could backhand them every time. I can't wait when Seattle comes into the league. When the Kings are better than them, we backhand Seattle every chance they get.
Oh man. There's another side to that. There's another side to that.
Backhand us.
I'm saying. Let's get our man Manny in here. Manny, what's up, bro? What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? Great to hear you.
You sound like lazy.
What's up, Manny?
I feel it's going to do some moves, but I also think that, it's a bad loss. It's never good to lose by that much. But it's also if you look at that Will Z stat, over, 21 games of losing by over 20, it's there's a pattern there that you can't just break. It's not an easy pattern to break, even though you made a great trade. I think the culture, it takes time to change that. And I know I always do this with the comparison to the Bulls, but when they got Zach, they still were bad. And then when they got Vucevic last year, they weren't great. They still were losing a whole bunch of games. It took a couple more moves. It took the draft a little bit. I just think, it's sucks they lost by 30, but I don't think that's something to be running around this trade didn't work, or we know what we need. We know we need shooters. We know we need defense, and all that stuff needs to come in the off season. And I think we made too much of last night. I just think the culture, it takes a little bit more time to be able to change that through the whole organization, basically.
I actually agree 100% with Manny. I mean, I think, and rightfully so, when it's the biggest game of the year and you lose by 30, people are going to be upset. They're going to be overly critical, and it's completely fair, and I understand it. But at the same time,
it's not overly critical. Maybe it's properly critical. They deserve to be critiqued this way. They deserve to be broken down.
What I mean by overly critical is, like he said, the trade alone wasn't going to change everything. They were going to get blown out. Yeah, they're going to get blown out again. You know what I mean? And that was going to happen. You didn't want to see it happen, but it was going to happen, and it's not a complete process what Monty is trying to do. So during that process, you're going to have roadblocks and hiccups. And last night was that. And if they would have won last night and got blown out tonight, we'd have the same discussion. You know what I'm saying? It almost doesn't matter that it was against the Pelicans. You just want these things to go away, period. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I understand what Manny's saying. I agree with him, to be honest with you.
You talk about culture changes and shifts. One thing that's has been ingrained in this team for a very, very frustratingly long time is its poor defensive effort. And maybe I'm overreacting or just flat out wrong in this assessment, but I noticed, or at least I feel like I noticed something last night. You talked about, no matter what you do on the defensive end, you've got to get the ball. You got to get shots to go in. You've got to find a way to score. Defense is still this team's biggest weakness. And I felt like they were playing competently on that end. Like I was in fact like they're we semi joked about the Ingram Barnes play. Yeah. Realistically, what are you going to do? Like what? I don't know that Harrison Barnes could have done anything more. And I think that's the frustrating part is I'm watching Harrison play that. I'm watching what Ingram's doing. Like, that's disrespectful. You ain't going to do my guy like that. And Harrison, essentially steps up to him, plays flawless defense, and is good for nothing. It's just one of those plays where you look at it and you shake your head. But when the shot stopped falling for the Kings, and this is trait, perhaps this is part of the culture that you're talking about, or that you and Manny were talking about right there. And Stan, we're going to get to you in just a second, man. Hang on. I feel like the Pelicans sensed something when the shot stopped falling for the Kings. I feel like the Pelicans' pace picked up, and they saw the window. Missed shot, basket. Okay, missed shot. Let's go, basket. Missed shot. That's how the game ballooned so quickly. So we were at 9. How the hell did the game get to 20 plus? That's how. How did it get to 30? That's how. I feel like they saw, they're on the ropes. Let's knock them out. And essentially that's what they did. They Tyson them dudes right there in the third quarter.
And we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Regardless of if we think they've changed or they have different personnel around the league, they're not paying attention to it like that. It's still the Kings. And they feel like once you get them in a certain spot, once you get them in a certain spot, they'll go away. And for the first 7 games of that trade, that wasn't necessarily the case. But last night, they reverted back to what this franchise has been for years now. And the scouting report was dead on. So
scouting report says they're going to drop their hands.
Yeah.
They're going to drop their hands at some point during this fight, and you can hit a haymaker.
Yeah. You
like my boxing analogies right there.
13th round brought to you by Damian Barling. I'm going to just step out of the way. I'm not going to get in the way of that. Let's take Stan. Okay. And then there's something that I want to address as well. Right after that.
Write it down so you don't forget. Write it in cursive too. 916-349-1320. What's up, Stan?
Hey, guys. Hey, I want to say I'm a first-time caller. Really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to follow up on what I think I heard yesterday regarding what James Ham said about De'Aaron Fox and defense. I have to admit, I'm plugged into you. I was on the golf course yesterday, and I'm plugged into it. Nice. And I thought, did I hear this correctly? So I need to follow up here. I thought I heard James Ham say something about De'Aaron needing to get with Doug Christie over the summer to learn like defensive positioning and mechanics, and then something along the lines of understanding the passing lane and so forth. And if I heard that correctly, my first thought was, man, he's been in the league 5 years and no one has taught him that.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
And then I thought, well, I remember Luke saying that he wasn't certain if the system that he was implementing is effective because the guys weren't running it or couldn't run it. So I was having a hard time trying to understand, why it's come to that. We're at that point where it's, they're just either not being taught or they're just not following through.
Yeah, there's a lot there, Stan. There's a lot there that we could talk about. Yeah, James did mention getting with Doug Christie. I think James also said to find a defensive back coach and learn how to play those passing lanes. Like learn how to move on the floor like a defensive back. I think there's an uncomfortableness with De'Aaron Fox and the haters are gonna love this. Get the Riches and the Brewskis all together for their Tyrese Halliburton praise here, because I think what I'm kind of starting to wonder, like, maybe De'Aaron just is what he is. Yeah. All of this talk about Doug or a defensive back coach or freaking Ed Reed himself. I don't know, man. I don't know that that's going to matter.
I don't necessarily.
Or I don't know that he's interested.
I don't necessarily think he is either.
Garrett Cole.
I don't know. I don't know if.
I don't either, Garrett. I don't know what to do with De'Aaron here.
And I'm a believer of this, and we hear what James Ham has to say. We hear what Jason Jones, the professor, has to say.
He said a lot on the text thread yesterday too, but
I saw that later. Yeah, it was late. I saw.
Well, damn.
But look,
Ron Simmons reading those. Damn.
I thought you were going to say the other Ron Simmons quote that we discovered.
No, not that one.
Sam Plaster.
Not that one.
But with De'Aaron Fox, man, like, I just really believe you got to pick your poison. Like, you can't ask him to be much better than what he is on the defensive end right now and still say he should be 25, 26 a night. You either got to say, De'Aaron, we want you, because I really believe some of it, and maybe he doesn't know right now how to split it up, but some of it is like, he's probably thinking is that I can't. You want me to be a lockdown defender and I got to score 25 a night?
Well, maybe not be a lockdown defender, but just be a good defender.
I think even if he was I don't know. I
don't know. I don't know if
because he's had some really bad moments and he's been bad. And I think a lot of the times off the ball is where I have the most problem with De'Aaron. He seems to lose focus off the ball for me more than for my liking. But man, that's what I feel some people are asking him to do. It's a lot, man. That's a lot. That's a lot. I think they're asking him to be better on the ball, guarding the ball and scoring 25. Like, who was Brandon Ingram locking up last night?
I don't know. He was too busy humiliating Harrison Barnes.
You don't have to worry about that. You just get buckets. Valanciunas, CJ, we got other guys that are guard. You scored that
locking up Trey Lyles last night. Maybe Ingram is in fact a lockdown defender based on Trey Lyles' stat line. Come on, man. Ingram, defensive player of the year. Real quick, Casey. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was just gonna say, like, I think I agree with you to the fact that he kind of is what he is when you talk about De'Aaron Fox, but also, I think there's a lot that needs to be put around him to make sure his deficiencies aren't magnified the way they are right now.
I 100% agree. I want to talk more about that. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Let's get the statistician in here. Will Z, what's happening, bro?
Will Z.
Hey, what's up, guys? You were talking about Barnes' defense on Ingram, and how he just needs a little pat on the back. Ingram had 9 of his shots were either very tight or tight coverage last night. So 0 to 4 feet contested. He was 9 of 9 on those shots.
That's what he can do. That's what he can do.
Man,
there's nothing else anybody can do in those situations.
9 of 9?
9 of 9.
No
that's
wonder he was feeling. No wonder he said, "Come on, come get some."
Jesus could have tried to guard Brandon Ingram last night, and he would have felt just as confident.
God, show me the way, because the devil trying to break me down. Damn.
But see, so here's a double-edged sword here, because I feel like one of the issues with the Kings defensively is on the perimeter. Some of that starts with De'Aaron Fox. So you got to figure out how you want to go about this. You need, and this is one of the reasons why I thought Tyrese Halliburton and Fox would never work together. Whoever you wanted to get rid of, that's something else. But those two wouldn't work because they're too soft at the point of attack with those two. And remember, I used to always say, you need one of those guys, whoever your point guard or your shooting guard, one of those guys has to be a rock defensively. And whether you want to turn Fox into that, if they want to turn Fox into that and get this scorer that doesn't play defense for the shooting guard position, that's fine too. But I don't care who it is, one of them has to be more of a rock on the defensive end. And right now, they don't have that. Justin Holiday isn't good enough on the defensive end. This is where we talk about evaluations. I want to see maybe if DiVincenzo can be that type of guy to kind of slow things down on the perimeter. But right now, they don't have enough resistance on that first line of defense to really be able to affect anything on a consistent basis.
Okay. I think you make a great point there, though, when we talk about the evaluation moving forward, if that is indeed the stage that we're in. And I guess this team has been in an evaluation stage, for being honest with ourselves, since the trade. And I think you make a great point. And then previously, the evaluation stage was exactly the same as the tank stage. It was, let's rock with Bob. Let's rock with Jamias Ramsey. Let Chimezie Metu play, 30, 35 minutes a game or whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
But once that deal was done, sure, you want to take a look at Trey Lyles, Justin Holiday. Sure, I'm sure you want to see what you've got in Jeremy Lamb. I don't think Josh Jackson has a future here. I don't know what you're going to do with Mo Harkless and Alex Lynn moving forward, but this is about creating some sort of synergy for De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, and in my opinion, Harrison Barnes as well. I think you certainly approach these final 18 games or so as if Harrison Barnes is a part of your team next year and maybe perhaps even for years to come.
Mm-hmm.
And I go back to something we were talking about yesterday, and I don't know if this is something that you could do losing. I know it's something you can't do when you're losing by 30, but you have to create something that shows people, look, we made a move. We made a gutsy move, and we believe that it has built our team. It has put our team in a direction to move forward. We want you to be a part of that. Mm-hmm. Like, you've got to be able to sell. You've got to be able to have an appealing product for free agents. And maybe that's maybe free agents, that's not in the card for the Sacramento Kings. And maybe it's all about trade, but you need to create something appealing here. And you can't do that if De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, and Harrison Barnes aren't on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly with this amount of time left, there's way too much time left to start talking about sitting those guys down.
Yeah, I agree with you. What would you do at the 2-guard spot right now? Would you start Dante or would you try and start Davion?
Damn. Honestly, I don't feel like this is going to be popular. I think I'd like to see Davion and let Dante be the guy off the bench. I think I'd like to see Davion in that position. If Davion in the starting lineup, if Davion takes the shots that are available for him, that could put him in a better position to succeed, because I don't think there'll be as many. Because you got Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, and Harrison Barnes out there.
Right.
And so if you have Dante DiVincenzo was the first guy off the bench, you've now staggered two of your, not that the defense on this team is deep, but what we're talking about here, Dante, Davion, and Harrison. Mm-hmm. Okay, you've staggered it a little bit where you've got Dante, coming off the bench, and maybe Dante is the first one in, for Davion, or maybe he's in for De'Aaron and Davion moves to the point guard position. I feel like there are ways that you could do it, But to directly answer your question, I think it would be Davion.
I think, and I'm okay with that too. But if I'm Monty McNair, if I'm Alvin Gentry, this is the evaluation that I'm talking about. Like you just mentioned, it's not, no disrespect to him, it's not seeing Kata in there. When Ramsey and Woodward, I'm not interested in that evaluation. Give me 5 games straight of Davion starting at the 2 guard. Then give me 5 games of Dante starting at the 2 guard. And let me see how those look, how they work. That's the type of evaluation that I want to see, because that's an important decision right there, because you're almost going to have a bit of the same situation that you had before the trades with Terrence, Dante, Fox, and Davion. You got 4 guards right there. Do I need to go get another guard? Am I going to move on from one of those guards? You got to get an idea of what's going on there.
Okay. Well, let's come back. Let's talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more NBA basketball. By the way, there's a hell of a note on tonight's game.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Look,
yeah.
I want to hear that, because we got double T's, because I want to hear that. And I got a question for you and everybody else.
Oh my. Teases galore here. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. Do. Oh, I still have sound too. We got sound from Foxy Sabonis.
Well, you got Foxy here. That's Bruce Bochy would call him. That's what Bruce Bochy would call him. Well, Foxy's just trying to find his way.
Did ESPN really hire that New York dude, or is this just like a guest spot?
I think it's a guest spot. Man, they had people buzzing yesterday, though.
Yeah, I don't know if buzzing is the right word, but I got you. I'll
put it to you like this. If you're into that type of thing, that was great.
It's also like, what are we doing right now? Like, are we just looking for sound bites to put on social media? Like, is that what we're doing?
I mean, I think
we're looking to condense something into 2 minutes and 20 seconds and throw it out there on social media.
I think with those guys, that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to, man, stay viral, stay on the Twitter timeline.
I saw that clip yesterday, and we're just sitting here yelling at each other, and this is compelling. And God bless Stephen A. Like he got the bag and then the bag,
mm-hmm.
and that's
they
like
that kind of thing. I don't really. That's not really my bag. I like them.
I'm more of a Wilbon guy. A little more measured in my opinion, a little bit more measured in my take.
See, but I I love the entertainment value of like what we saw yesterday. I just like it more organic.
It's just I don't believe it's genuine.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's fake. Yeah. Like Stephen A. and Michael Irvin. That's genuine. That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like that. That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
That
exactly.
stuff felt fake last
You're
night.
You're not looking for that. Like you're not trying to find that next moment. It's just that's just how they go. Like for the most part, he has his moments when I'm like, oh, he's got his acting game on. But that's why I never had a problem with Stephen A. Because I think that's naturally like how he would discuss the game in that setting or discuss stuff. But yesterday, if you do that every morning, now it's looking like a little bit of a shtick. Skip Bayless,
not terribly far off.
Skip Bayless is the worst. He's terrible.
He's the worst because he's like Stephen A. might just be loud and maybe some of his opinions are contrived. Like Skip Bayless is just kind of a bad person.
He's got no. He's all about the clicks and the attention and creating content.
He posts the most uncomfortable pictures possible. Really?
Yeah, I don't think Tony's ever going back to studio. Did you see that picture of or that clip of TT breaking all those?
Yeah. Oh man. Tyrese is tweeting about Vince and Pat McAfee. Oh, Tyrese. He was in there for a long ass time too.
Yeah, I got a couple things I gotta mention.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch as well. It's twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and we're live on Facebook Live as well. Go hit the like button for the ESPN1320 page. Even if you don't like Facebook, like us on Facebook. And hit the thumbs up too, no matter what platform you're on. The thumbs up's a big deal. You heard me give that spiel before, but yet you make me beg for it. So that's fine. I'm down to beg for it. Hit that thumbs up. D-Lo begging for likes, brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs. We had multiple teases coming.
There's a lot of stuff.
You want to start with your question?
I think
your question Kings related?
Yeah. Well, I got a couple of things. Should I go with the non-King stuff or save that for after we finish the King stuff?
Hey man, it's your show.
Let's go with the non-King because I think it'll be real quick.
Okay.
So I chuckled. I was listening to Bill Simmons again, like I do.
Oh, you do that.
And this one, this is actually pretty funny. I think we will all smile, nod our head, and be like, "Yeah, Bill, yeah."
Okay.
So they were talking about the Bulls, and they were like, "Yeah, the Bulls, They're good. It's exciting. It's good to see the Bulls back. They got announcers. I love Stacey King. Like." Yeah, it's great to see him. And he goes, the only thing, or I think it was Rosillo, he goes, the only thing is, some of the Tristan Thompson stuff was getting a little uncomfortable. Like the way they were like kind of going off on, how excited they are to have Tristan. And I think I heard a Dennis Rodman comparison in there at one point. It's like, oh boy, Bill Simmons hit it right on the head. He's like, no, we'll just let them figure that out for themselves. We'll let them figure that out. He goes, it's about a good week and a half, and then you figure it out, and it's like, yeah, what are we doing here?
What Furious?
More truer words.
What Furious say? Oh, they gonna learn. They gonna learn.
He said, we'll let them figure that out. We'll let them enjoy their week and a half. And I was like, damn, I'm feeling you on there because TT when he dropped that mixtape.
Oh,
like, TT. Yeah. And it was like almost like 2 days after that. It was like, all right, TT.
We fell for the okie doke.
Yeah. So there's that. And then the other thing that I was going to ask, I think that Showtime show starts on Sunday. We're going to give that the Last Dance treatment.
Oh, the Dynasty. Yeah.
Is that going to get Last Dance treatment? I actually don't think it's airing like that, though. I think it's just going to be on the app. So it's not going to be, Last Dance was
like
on
it's not weekly?
It's just all available, but it might be like Power.
Oh, okay. We're just the new.
So it's not going to be like Last Dance was like 5 o'clock. ESPN be there.
Like Tommy drops it Saturday at 9:00 because they really drop it at midnight on Sunday. Like that new episode just comes out right there.
Hey, I'm so behind there. It's gonna be a binge situation with Tommy.
Okay.
I'm so behind there.
Well, I wouldn't stress too much over that. I just say that. No, it's not getting the Last Dance treatment because it's not a documentary. It's a entertainment show. Like I know it's based off of, is it Jeff Pearlman's book? But I mean, it's TV. I got to imagine there's like, hey, how do we spice this scene up a little bit? I don't know. But I'm watching.
Yeah,
I might not watch Sunday. I'm watching that AEW pay-per-view on Sunday. I'm buying a pay-per-view for the first time in a minute on Sunday. But yeah. I mean, it's not getting that same treatment though. I'm watching it, and we can talk about it. But I don't think it's going to captivate the nation the way Last Dance was.
That was a wild.
Remember, we weren't allowed to leave our house either.
Yeah, that was a wild time. This was before I was doing radio, but I would listen to radio. I mean, there were hour-long breakdowns from each episode.
There's nothing else
across the country. They saved us. Jordan saved us again.
He did, and I'll
never.
We were talking about bad takes. We were talking about sports media during the commercial break. Here, I'll die by this take. The Last Dance would have been a fraction of what it was if the world was normal. It just wouldn't have been the same. Like more people watched, more people were invested, more people were desperate for sports. And the best part is it just exposed how hypocritical people are. Where Kobe passes in February and we're like, man, God bless Kobe. We need to appreciate these dudes. We don't need to do these comps anymore with Kobe and LeBron and Jordan, man. Kobe, 824 forever, baby. We ride or die. First episode of The Last Dance drops. I told you Bron was trash. That dude sucks. I told you. He sucks. He couldn't do this. Look at what Jordan was doing in his rookie year. Oh, we was F all of them all over again. It's like, y'all are fake, dude. Y'all are fake. And I know people who have you watched The Last Dance more than once?
Not the whole thing through. I've seen episodes a couple different times since it aired, but
I've clicked on that. I don't know why I'm going through puberty. There's a hell of a voice crack right there. I've clicked on The Last Dance one time, other than the time that it aired, and it was for Reese. When y'all came over, I don't remember when. I don't remember what time.
Watch it or something?
Well, they wanted to watch. They wanted to watch something upstairs, and I was like, "What do you want to? What do you want to watch?" And he was like, "Hey, can we watch The Last Dance?" I was like, "Yeah, I guess." So had the Bulls dynasty playing up there, and of course, you know the way kids are. They watched it for like 10 minutes and then left.
Yeah,
I turned the upstairs music off for you. What y'all doing? It's like, yeah, turns out we didn't want to watch The Last Dance. So, but I've never like watched it a second time. I've never been moved to
now,
see it again.
I will. I think when it's all said and done, like over the course of the next 5-6 years, I'll probably watch it like 3 times. Because I loved it. It's the same thing. I know we were kids, but the same thing with Airtime. I want you to watch Airtime, right? Mm-hmm. So I'll watch it again. But
it was. I'm not saying I didn't watch it because it was like bad. I'm saying I watched it.
To watch it.
I was captivated in the moment, and then I don't know when the next moment I'll be.
I do
captivated
think
to watch
when I go to watch it again, I'll probably feel like this didn't need to be 10. Could have been 6. We would have been good.
Well, and for those for those that know, like the first episode was essentially a combination of Come Fly With Me and Michael Jordan's Playground. That's what it was. Like just with some intertwined clips of Jordan with a cigar and his tequila.
Michael Jordan's Playground, the worst of the 3 by far.
Oh, but not even close. No. It was like that. Like what is this here for? Mom used to go to the video store. Like, just don't get the one with the red. Not the one where he's in the red. Not that one. Get the one where he's jumping. I don't want the one where he's in the red. Or just get me WrestleMania 3 again. I'm good with either. I'm good with either. We mentioned the Kings play. I assume, by the way, you're locked in Sunday to the Lakers thing.
Locked in. I'll be watching it. I'll find a way to watch it. I do really feel bad that I'm so behind on Tommy. So I'll be watching that at some point. It's going to be the beginning of championship week. So I got some conference tournaments games to watch. I'm pretty sure. I think the one that's usually on that first Sunday is the Missouri Valley Conference Championship. I'm going to have to watch that. So this is when it gets tough to watch shows, man. It does. I'll find a way for the Showtime one though, because I think that's going to be pretty good. They had me hooked once Magic said he was not looking forward to it.
Man. Yeah, Jesse says we need Magic to live tweet during the show. That ain't happening. That is not happening.
I hope they didn't do nothing crazy though, man. No, you can tell the story. You ain't got to be disrespectful to the man.
I don't.
Not everything needs to. We don't need to know everything.
Well, I don't think it's disrespectful, but hey, fam, like Magic didn't get HIV from Cookie.
It's true.
I mean, if you're going to tell the story, tell the story. I don't know what the timeline for this story is, by the way. I don't know if it's 80 to 91.
Yeah, I think it's just, my guess would be it's just the 80s to mid 80s.
Early. Okay.
Maybe in around 87, 88 or something like that. I mean,
if you're going to tell the story, tell it. That's, I mean, if you're going to, but again, that's the other thing too. This isn't a documentary, and I can't figure out, and it's probably because who's behind it. Is it a comedy or is it a drama? Like, what is it?
I think it's a drama. We're gonna laugh.
That's probably true. That's probably true. But we watch and this is the Bel Air syndrome though, right? Because we watch something knowing the characters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's Pat Riley. Okay, that's Irvin. That's Jerry West. That's Jerry Buss. How are they gonna portray AC Green in this joint? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's weird. Like when you know the characters involved, you try to settle in and pinpoint. Okay, oh, Pat Riley wouldn't do that, or like it'll be, or the other way. Pat Riley would do that. Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Speaking of Pat Riley, that's not a real segue.
Great
coaches.
Coach.
Speaking of great coaches, I was prepping for. This just flew under my radar. With a win tonight, Greg Popovich ties Don Nelson for the most wins by a head coach in NBA history. I knew it was happening this season, but I knew it was likely happening this season. It just fell off my. It's tonight. Like, he could tie Don Nelson's record tonight.
Well,
kind of surprising he doesn't already have it, but longevity is an important thing.
Yeah, I mean, good for Pop. Hope he doesn't get it tonight.
Do you think Pop stuck around just for this? And I don't like. I totally understand if he did, but do you think he stuck around just to get this record and that's it?
It's a good question because I don't know. Maybe I got Pop all wrong. I don't see him as, I just love the game so much. I just want to be around, these younger guys. Maybe he is. I have no intel on at all, but I feel like he's the type of guy where like he'd be cool just kind of walking away, like maybe 2-3 years ago, walking away. Like, yeah, I've done everything I need to do. I want to do other things in my life. And maybe there's a little bit of that to it. But I think about Pop just sticking around. And once again, pardon me if, I'm being disrespectful. Definitely not trying to. But maybe there's a part of Pop that doesn't want to go home since his wife passed. And if he stops coaching, he's got to, like, 100% stare that in the face. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I've thought about that before, even before you asked the question. You know, like, why is Pop still with this team? Like, what's going on? And maybe that's it. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could be, and I mean, obviously, you know, Pop has the tragic circumstances of his wife being gone. I think there are a lot of coaches who, I think there's a lot of people in this type of industry who are married, and they don't know, like, when your spouse travels a lot, that's what you're used to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've talked about, like, I'm Mike Tebow, the winningest coach in the WNBA. I'm really close with his family. When Mike's home too long, Nancy will look straight at him. Don't you have somewhere to go? Like, don't you got to go scout? Don't you got to go see, you know, one of the women and, you know, overseas? Like, don't you got something to do? Like, because you fall into your routines, and that's your routine. That's not just the routine for you. It's the routine. You know, we joke about Urban Meyer. I'm gonna go home and spend time with my family till you get home and realize your family don't want you there. They're used to you being gone. Like, go somewhere else. I think your point is really, really good. I think it's also facing a reality. When you, like, Pop spend what is this, 26 years? I had the number in front of me. That's why I'm stalling. I thought it was 96, 97.
Yeah.
Do you know who he took over for?
Was it John Lucas or Bob Hill?
It's Bob Hill.
Yeah.
That's going to be well, it'll be it's going to be a great trivia question. Like, who did Greg Popovich take over for when he became the head coach?
Did you see they have the Kings put out that video, the top 10 loudest moments at Arco? The first one is, like, Mitch Richmond hitting the shot on the Spurs, coached by John Lucas.
Okay.
That's what John Lucas first came to my head. But Bob Hill, did Bob Hill have Dennis Rodman? I think he did, right? Dennis probably ate him alive.
96. So
95 is when Akeem did what he did. So Dennis was there for that.
And then that's when Dennis went to Chicago.
Yep.
Yeah. So he would have had to have.
Yeah, Dennis ate Bob Hill.
Yeah.
Poor Bob.
Bob Hill's like, I'm done. I'm good. 33 head coaches with 1,000+ career games. Greg Popovich ranks third in winning percentage behind Phil Jackson and Red Auerbach. He also has 5 NBA titles as a head coach. That also good for third all time behind, wait for it, Phil Jackson and Red Auerbach.
Phil Jackson is the greatest coach in NBA history.
Yes.
I think I say that definitively because I think there's some question. I think there's people who say it's Pop. There's people who say it's Pat Riley, who say it's Red Auerbach. No, it's Phil Jackson.
Pat Riley is the greatest something of all time, but I don't know what it is. Like, he does something better than everybody else does, but I don't know how to label it. I don't know if he's the greatest leader, greatest. He's something because he's the greatest culture setter. I'm not sure what it is. Pat Riley, here it is. I got it. I don't know how this isn't the first thing that popped in my head. Pat Riley's got the greatest vibe in history. That's what it is. Pat Riley is a whole vibe amongst themselves. You talk about culture setters. Let's talk about vibe setters. Pat Riley sets the vibe in Miami and everybody else falls in line. Pat Riley sets the vibe when he walks into a room. That's it. Pat Riley, greatest vibe setter of all time.
I like that too. I like that. I like Pat's vibe, right? There's a story I heard one time. I think somebody told me about a story that a former player had told them about Pat. But it was basically about how Pat Riley understood people. He understood his players on a next level type thing. Like he knew everything about the guys that he was coaching. He could read people, and it was like a story about how they were in the locker room and something was going wrong, and Pat Riley was going in on him, and I don't think he said the player. Maybe he did, but that's not important. But Pat was talking about the team, and then he shifted the focus to one particular player and was lighting him up, right? Was lighting him up. And Pat was yelling and lighting him up with his back to the players, looking at like the whiteboard. He was drawing stuff on the whiteboard, and he was going off. And then at one point, the guy stood up and like got up and was walking towards Pat Riley. And Pat, still with his back to the player and all the players, writing on the whiteboard, is going in on the guy. And I'll just say Anthony Mason. I don't know if it was him, but just saying for his name's sake. And he goes, da-da-da-da-da, Anthony, sit your ass down. But he knew, like, he didn't see it, but he knew he had gotten to a point where Anthony was about to get up and say something. And he's like, nope, sit down. But he knew those guys, everybody he coached, to a T. And I think that's what makes him great. Also the vibe.
Greg Popovich's 170 career playoff wins are third most. That seems to be the theme here, by a head coach all time. Behind Phil Jackson, 229, and
Lenny Wilkins,
Pat Riley. There it is. Pat Riley, 171 career playoff wins. I think
Pat Riley. It's a little preference. I think Pat is better than Pop.
Why do you hate Greg Popovich?
I hate him because I think he's third or fourth.
Yeah, it's like your hate for Aaron Donald. Exactly the same. I guess that's a preference. I think the one thing
Pat Riley a little bit more.
I think when you talk about Pat Riley, he just didn't do it as long. Like he transitioned to something else. I mean, obviously he did it in Los Angeles and Miami, New York and Miami. And then
he got out early, and then he came back to get.
He did fleece the Stan Van Gundy job, which was because he was the coach for Shaq and Kobe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No. Stan's gonna go spend time with his family. Yeah, I'm gonna miss a chance to get another ring.
Although I think you might have heard that we might have talked about this before, but the story goes that LeBron wanted Pat to take over for Spoelstra.
Mm-hmm.
And Pat was like, I'm not doing it. You're gonna have to figure this out.
Pat Riley's the only one to have ever shut down LeBron. But yeah, that's the story. What was the line? You don't ever get that itch to coach? It's like, we have a coach.
Mm-hmm. No. After LeBron shoulder checked him coming out of the timeout, and he thought he was going to be able to get him out. Pat Riley said, "No, figure it out. That's your coach."
And I don't doubt I'm coming home and all of that stuff. I think that's part of the reason he left Miami, though. I don't think he had the run of that place the way he thought that he would.
This is the truth, and maybe the only time I've seen Pat like this. Pat was hot that LeBron left.
Oh,
like at the end of the day, LeBron kind of got him
furious.
Back because I think Pat has always kind of gotten his way.
Yep,
like
LeBron
he's always
absolutely got him back.
Yeah,
he absolutely got him back.
And Pat Riley was hot. He said, almost, how dare you?
Yeah, I forget the line, so I don't want to mess it up, but Pat Riley said something to LeBron when he told him he was leaving that LeBron held on to for a really long time.
Was that oh no, it was something different. It's not what you're talking about. I was talking about because one of the rumors was he was mad that LeBron was mad that Pat Riley revealed that Savannah was pregnant or had a girl or something like that. And they said that rubbed LeBron the wrong way.
Yeah, but that's not what Pat said something directly to LeBron, like on the phone when they were talking that, and I remember the writing was so like on the wall when Pat Riley went, you don't run, You know, you don't run and cower. You
supposed
regroup.
to be hard.
Oh man, it was like, it's over. Okay, it was 4 years. This is a wrap because
Pat was hot. I know what it was. Pat said something about LeBron James' friends being a posse. Oh, my bad. Wrong legend.
No.
Wrong legend.
That's your coach. That's the greatest coach of all time that did that. That's your boy. I don't know if it was something like you're making the biggest mistake of your life, or it was something along those lines. I feel like it was stronger. I know Brian Windhurst used the line when in the book, The Business of LeBron, which is a really, really good book. But I know that is written in there, and I just can't exactly remember what it was, but it stuck with LeBron for a long time. We'll come back. Brenden Nunes set to join us coming up here in about 30 minutes or so. Kevin Durant returns to the league tonight. You mentioned Arco. Arco was quite the topic yesterday. We'll dive into some of that as well when D'Lo and KC return here on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Odyssey, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Saw this. Yeah, got tagged by a number of people in that. Like, I'm all about Kenya.
You know, though, I mean, the older I get, it's okay. Like, it's okay. Like, the Bel Air reboot, I think this is what really changed my mind about it. That's not for us. Like, yeah, we've seen it. This is
for a younger audience.
Yeah. It's before I would say the same thing. Like, nah, leave the classics alone. But it's been like 30 years.
Yeah.
Like,
there's a large generation of people that don't care about that movie, or a large chunk of people, I should say.
And if you play I think the original White Man Can't Jump works today. Like, I think Jesse could watch it and still find the comedy in it, but some of it is like stupid. Like, yeah, spruce it up so it fits for what they're doing today. Never seen it? I love that movie. It's really good. But some of it is like, that's so what, they really just outside playing on the blacktop and it's this important thing? Like, really? Really?
I just need to know who's playing Rosie Perez's character. That's it.
Who should play Rosie Perez's character? Well, they can get away
still
with
do
it.
it.
No, I could have her on the 13th round. Huge boxing fan. Rosie Perez. Yeah. Huge boxing fan.
Hell yeah, man. I love Mike. That's my dude. Love Mike Tebow. I have a picture. Actually, there's a picture right over here where you can't see, of my sister and niece, nephew, and his wife in front of the Martin Luther King monument in DC. They lived there for a while, and she was just kind of walking around showing my family the sights.
Zoe, that's a good call. That's a good call. Zendaya.
Ain't it? Oh,
Dr. David, I have seen that, by the way. I've seen it once or twice. Solid movie.
Oh, okay.
Play tomorrow. It's tonight.
Oh, that's a good one.
Celtics didn't come back down to earth a little bit, Jesse. I said they have.
I don't think so.
They lost like 3 of their last 4.
No.
Haven't they lost like 3? They lost to the Pacers. They lost another game.
They've lost. Jesus.
Back? Is he?
Yeah, I was going to say I was trying to count it all.
They're 2-2. They're 2-2. They were out of this world. Now they're back down to earth. They're 2-2 with the loss to Indiana.
Well, they're actually 3-2. If you really want to.
Oh, that's a good call, Dave Garcia. Sweetie playing Rosie Perez. I like Jesse. I don't like the Celtics. Although the conundrum all the time is the Celtics have a bunch of people I like. I love Tatum. I love Jaylen Brown. I like Marcus Smart. I wouldn't say I love him. I like him. I like Robert Williams.
Do we know about Jaylen Brown's ankle? Do we know about is Jalen's ankle good? He's out today. Check one, check two. All bad?
Yeah, a little off. You had a crazy pixelating moment about a minute ago.
Oh, that's no good.
Trying to catch up.
That's no good. I could do a quick refresh here. As Brenden Nunes is set to join us coming up here in about 30 minutes or so. We might as well bring that off-air commercial to the air. They're remaking. So Kenya Barris is remaking White Men Can't Jump. And immediately out the gate, I'm like, hey, it's Kenya Barris. I'm rocking with it. I pretty much watch anything he puts out, good or bad. That's my guy. I ride with Kenya. But I think there's an older contingent that's like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. And I thought you made a great point about that movie.
Yeah, man, I'm part of the older contingent, right? Like I'm part of the White Men Can't Jump demo, right? One of the great sports movies of all time. I love that movie, but it was made 30, 40 years ago, almost 35 years ago. Let that story be told again for the Jessies, because if Jesse watches, Jesse's a little different though. He understands. So like he may be able to watch it, understand the comedy, and it'll be all good. But generally people his age, 23, 24, 25 years old, if if they're watching it, they're like, what's the big deal about her getting on Jeopardy? It's like, who cares about Jeopardy? You guys are actually playing 2-on-2 on the blacktop like all day for money. Like this is something you guys do. They don't do that no more, right? Yeah. So tell the story and tailor it a little bit to a newer generation. One example and one thing that opened my eyes was Bel-Air. Yes, we love Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That was 25 years ago. Let another generation get that same story and get it in their way. So I get it. I love White Men Can Jump. I'm pretty sure I will not like this as much as I did or more than the original, but it's okay. It's okay.
Should have called it White Men Can't Jumpish.
Still might. He still might.
That was a L. Sorry.
Is there any
really force that joke in there? Probably not everybody.
It was necessary.
I guess
it's necessary.
I guess. Man. Blackish, grownish, mixed-ish for those that don't get it.
Is there any can you think of any remakes that you liked?
Well, I like Bel-Air, if that counts.
Does Bel-Air's dope.
I didn't hate Space Jam. I didn't like it as much as, Space, the first one, the original one, but I didn't hate it. Again, that's not for me. Like Space Jam, it wasn't for me. It was for Reese. It ain't for me. And it was funny watching grown men bitch about it on social media. Like, fam, this is not for you. Go find a godson or something. Like, it's for them. I'm like, what's wrong with you?
I still haven't seen it. I threw a whole Space Jam party and still hadn't seen the movie.
Yeah, that's all right.
Doesn't make any sense.
Busy hosting. Like, nothing pops into my head. Obviously, Bel-Air is the easiest one to say because it's super recent and I do like it.
This isn't necessarily a remake, but people were really worried about it. And then knocking out Park, our guy Mario. Creed.
Yeah, but Creed wasn't a remake.
It wasn't, but let's take it back in time. There were some people who were like, no, this is stupid. There is no need to bring back the Rocky series because it was under Rocky Balboa's in it.
Agreed.
So it's in the umbrella of the Rocky series. We don't need another one. We saw Rocky Balboa. That was stupid. Like, we don't need it. And Creed just Oh my goodness.
So,
wow.
LeBron Wade brings up a good point here on Facebook. So, you guys ready for the remake of House Party? I don't know, dude, because House Party, that hits me right here. I don't know that I could do it. I don't know that I could do it. I'll try.
I
don't know,
think
man. I'm a little in my feelings on that one.
I'd be okay with it. I understand why. I get you. I smell what you're cooking, but I'd be okay with it. But they got to do it right. I don't want to see House Party 4 with Amarion. And like, no, we don't need that. Do it right. Do a remake of House Party. You don't even have to call it like House Party 4 or New Generation. Just House Party.
And you gotta like this, and that's LeBron's joint, right? That's Spring Hill House Party.
What? Are they? Oh, they are really doing it. I thought this was a hypothetical. That's right.
No, they are really doing House Party.
They are really doing it. I'm okay. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I think it is LeBron too. I'm okay with it. Yeah. So while we're here, I just had to bring this up, see what you thought. The guy Manny S says Friends is a remake of Living Single, or is that just a ripoff? It is a ripoff. And then you heard my theory that Living Single is
100% a ripoff.
Oh, Friends, they absolutely ripped it off. 100%. My other theory was not a ripoff, but just a different twist to it. Is I feel like Living Single is a younger, hipper, blacker version of the Golden Girls.
Okay.
Took that concept and turned it and made it their own.
But it's just the concept of women living together. Is that all it is? Because I'm not going to pretend to be a Golden Girls expert, dude.
I'm not either. But I got an idea of the characters, and they kind of match up. Like Max is the oldest lady.
Okay.
She's the witty.
This was a moment I was not prepared for. Okay. Yep.
Regine is Blanche. I'm not sure if that's her name.
The promiscuous one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Regine.
All right. Yep. Yep.
And Khadijah is, I think her name is Dorothy. I think that's the
Betty White. Kim Cole is Betty White.
Kim Cole is Betty White. Yeah.
Kim Cole's Betty White. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's right. Khadijah was Queen Latifah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I see it. Was there an Overton and a?
That's where they took it to the next level, and then that's where Friends came and ripped off the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Had to put their spin on it, and I guess financially it worked. Comedically, it did not. At least for me.
Not my bag. Not my bag. Well, the Golden Girls breakdown right here, but do Kim Cole,
the Golden Girls, but
Kim Cole's and Betty White makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
like that makes sense. That's not a dot I connected before. That's solid work right there.
I had a question to ask you about sports, about the Kings.
Probably a good idea.
About coaching.
Shout out to first-time listeners who just caught the breakdown of the Golden Girls versus Living Single. Welcome. We appreciate you.
And it's more so
Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage.
Living Single versus Friends. That's really what it is.
Facts. Friends can go to hell. Straight to hell.
Wait a minute. Did he just...
What is he doing? My God! Is he the third man? He's the third man! What the hell is going on here?
Friends is the third man in this equation. It's Golden Girls, Living Single, and then here comes Friends.
Oh my God!
Yeah, just ripped the whole thing off.
I was just about to ask you, did you take a chair to Friends?
I got you. The heel turn sounds are in place.
Oh,
Friends
man.
is the third man. Anyways, you said you had a King's question.
Yeah. So, one of the things.
Let's just do a hard reset here real quick. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Can't wait for the big boss to text later. I tuned into the show today for the first time in 6 months, and Really surprised by what I heard. Go ahead.
Tuned in to hear about the Kings, and all I heard was Golden Girls for 15 minutes.
Betty White versus Kim Cole. Wild. Kim Cole's fantastic woman, by the way.
Very awesome. The whole cast, Living Single, one of the great shows of all time. Period. But we were talking about coaching, and you had heard me say during the height of the Fire Luke era, the height of the Fire Luke era, I said
2.5 years of it.
No, he was like The Rock, for real. It seemed longer, but it wasn't that long. I was like, look, man, y'all blaming Luke. You say it's his fault. He need to get these guys motivated. There's nothing anybody can do to help this group. All right. Luke may be a terrible coach. This is just a terrible group of players. There's nothing anybody can do to help them. They're hopeless, like a penny with a hole in it. And I believe that. Do you feel, after what we saw last night, that this team, this group, is the same? Like, it doesn't matter if Alvin Gentry is good or not. These guys can't work together.
No.
I don't either. I'm just asking the questions.
No, I don't think that at all.
I say that to say.
I did have some questions, but no, not that one.
I say that to say, and this will make you happy. This will make other happy. I think a coaching change not only is needed, I think it'll really help out this group, this particular group, and what they add.
No doubt.
And I feel like I can say that about Alvin because, number one, it's the NBA. Number two, he's had a long career. He's made a lot of money. He's had a lot of opportunities. Same Willie Green in his first opportunity. We don't know if he's getting back. So maybe I won't. Steven Silas, you won't hear me say nothing about Steven Silas. But Alvin has had plenty of opportunities. He's had a great career in the NBA. There's no need for him to be here next year.
I don't know if you caught Mark yesterday talking about Alvin returning to New Orleans, and it's like he's been here less than a day, and he is the mayor of this town. Everybody just coming over to see Alvin, and it's like, yeah, Mark's definitely talking about like personnel people, because it's much more easier to like wrap your arms around and embrace somebody when they're gone, and the weight of the failure of that organization or that particular version of that team isn't on your shoulders.
Yeah,
Alvin is much like Kim Coles. Alvin Gentry is a fantastic human being. When the game, I had so many frustrations last night as the game came to a conclusion. But one of the things I was thinking was like, is this on Alvin? 30-point loss can't be on Alvin.
No.
Okay. But he's the constant. Like he's the carryover. And there's another carryover, by the way. It's not blind to me. But number 5 too. I mean, like at this point, again, it's not just losing. Like that game mattered to New Orleans too. Like Belo and JC, well, they weren't talking about it, but the Belo and JC podcast network in New Orleans, who's paid to cover the Pelicans, they were talking about it.
But they mentioned it a little longer than Belo.
Right. Like they like the game mattered to the Pelicans too. And hell, if it didn't matter to anybody in New Orleans, it mattered to Willie Green. It mattered to those players. Like they knew how big of a game that was for them. They knew, Portland, they done. If we could knock out Sacramento in the process, and they're probably thinking, Sag, they probably left them. Hey, rebound tomorrow, fellas. Go get that dub against San Antonio. They know what that game meant. So it's not just that the Kings, it's not even that the Kings lost. It's the way that they lost.
Yeah.
That's the killer. It's like, you're not supposed to do that anymore. Come on, man. That was
that's tough. That's tough, man. And I regardless of what the media and Damian Barling will tell you, I do think coaching plays a role, just not as big of a role
That's a lie.
In a team's success.
You're lying. You're just lying to people.
As other people do. But I feel it's not all Alvin's fault. What happened yesterday? What happened last night?
Of course not.
But I want to see these guys and, a player or two more with a different coach, different leadership, more defined direction, more defined style of play and identity. And I don't think Alvin necessarily brings those. And what he does bring is not good for what this franchise needs right now. It's just freewheeling and dealing. And we don't, the Kings don't have the personnel to overcome. Like, if they had a bunch of scorers and guys that are getting buckets, like, yeah, you could put the pressure on somebody and continue to do that without playing defense. The Kings don't have that, and they don't have attention to detail on the defensive end. And that's just, it's not a good combo.
Okay. I want to get back to two things you said right there. 916-349-1320. My man JR here. JR, what's happening, buddy?
What's up, boys? How are you?
What's
good,
going
man?
on,
Good to hear from you.
Yeah, you guys have like the sexiest radio
We do.
show I've ever heard. Your voices talking about the Golden Girls.
Yeah.
My man JR.
Hey, real quick on the white man can't jump. Who are they going to be the Wesley and
So I don't know that we got the Sidney Dean note yet, but who was it? Jack Harlow?
Jack Harlow is in the movie. I don't know if he's playing Woody Harrelson's role, but Jack Harlow is supposed to star in the movie.
That's so important to it, is the two actors that play those two roles.
For sure.
I feel like Jack Harlow might be able to pull that off. I don't know a whole lot about him, but from what I've seen, it might work for him.
And the Jeopardy comment you made, Kenny's dead on for us older folks. we get that. Hey, real quick real quick, you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Good times.
Loudest moment at Arco. Did they mention when they burnt the Lakers jersey before? I think that was 2000.
Oh my God! Yes.
That was the greatest moment to me. I used to go to all the
Oh
games.
man, yeah, I remember that.
Of any game I've ever watched, Phil Jackson's face was literally like, these freaking hillbillies are going to kill me before I leave the stadium. And they were so scared, and we never sat down. We stood up that whole game and cheered.
Now, real quick, JR, that was 2000, so they might have won that game. I was thinking it might have been 2001 where they did that, and then Kobe lit them up to send them home. Okay.
Yeah, they were down 2-0. They did a Mission Impossible theme. That was when they The Maloofs were dialed back then. They knew their stuff, and they did a thing where they lit the floor on fire, and then the jersey was literally on a cross in the middle of the goddamn thing, and it went up in flames. And I went, "Holy crap! Did they just do that?" And we never sat down. I don't think I slept.
That is fire.
That's not okay. I just want to say for the record,
No,
that's probably not
That's
okay.
not okay. That's not okay. But that's fire. That is fire.
It's very literal fire right there.
It's sick. You want to talk about getting somebody hyped up? Yeah.
You talk about we were talking about generation. White Man Can't Jump, the reboot, and like I gotta be honest. Like you bring up let's see, that was 2000. I couldn't get into games in 2000. I was, working at KSFM in late 2001. Still couldn't get into games. I couldn't get tickets to games until after they missed the playoffs. And, I was watching social media yesterday. And Arco's closing, and have so many friends that work there. And Christina, Vasquez at this post, 18 great years here, 6 or whatever it was. It's like, yeah, no, I get that. But like from a fan perspective, I don't have like any sentimental tie to Arco Arena. Like it's not like I'm not getting like warm and fuzzies because they're tearing it down or this big nostalgia feeling. Like, no, I ain't got that. I think I went to Arco 1 with my grandpa to the WWF events more often than I went to Arco 2 for any Kings games. And as I got older, unfortunately, my first concert was at Arco Arena. Like and it sucked. Like the sound was terrible. And the girl I went to see couldn't be there because, well, if you know, you have to catch up on past episodes of D-Lo and KC to figure that out.
I was trying to figure out who that was, but
she wasn't allowed to be there, but that's who I was going to see. And I remember the rock concert, leaving Sacramento. I remember Milkomania. I was right there in the front row for Milkomania with Kurt Angle. But like as far as the Kings go, I ain't got it.
Yeah, I kind of
those memories.
I'm on the same page with you there because I didn't go to a lot of games either. Same thing. Like couldn't really, afford it. I went, if I had to guess, I would say I went to 15 to 20 Kings games in my life at Arco Arena. Like already at the Golden One Center, I've eclipsed whatever I did at Arco. Like maybe even doubled it at this point. Yeah. And I would always watch the games. Like I just watch them at home. Me and my grandmother would watch them, or if I was at the house, I'd watch. We'd talk on the phone, during commercial breaks, but it was never going to the games for me because, like you said, a lot of the time, you really couldn't get there. I know me and my mom would always go when Philly came to town because we loved Allen Iverson, so we did that for maybe 2-3 straight years. But I don't have a whole lot of memories, and then especially like good ones, right? So when I was able to go, they weren't very good. You know what I mean? So that the golden years, like I wasn't really in there at all. You know what I'm saying? But
I think about it. I went to more Monarchs games than I went to way more Monarchs games than I went to Kings games. Way more.
Well,
I'd always heard. I've heard Bruce Pritchard say this and Stone Cold Steve Austin say this. One of the wrestlers' favorite arenas was Arco, because not only are we loud, the building is really loud, and like if you stomp or you yell, the sound travels down. And with that ring in the center of Arco, like it's one of the louder buildings that they ever played at. Like they loved playing at that venue.
I'd heard that as well, and then I'd also heard that the like when you see like NBA pictures or images or something like that, you find quite a few of these people when they play the Kings because they said the lighting, the sidelines in Arco was like perfect. Like photographers loved it.
Great Western Forum had great lighting too.
I wish I would have saw a game there. Oh, no, wait a minute. It just caught me. Come on, man. Come on.
That's a deep cut for some. What is it? Do you have?
He's a wild boy.
Do you have a favorite? Like, does something like immediately stand out to you? Like, could you definitively say this was my favorite moment at the arena? Like JR definitively. Oh, it's when they lit the Kings jersey on, or the Lakers jersey on fire.
To be honest with you, no. First thing that comes to mind, no. I don't have one moment because like I said, I wasn't there for a lot of good moments. So
I understand Kings fans won't like this.
First thing that comes to my mind, I was there the first night, opening night. The team was officially saved. This is your team. I was there that night, and it was pretty cool.
Okay.
Boogie got like alley-oop. Marcus Thornton threw him an alley-oop like in the first 5 minutes. They started the game on like a 10-11-0 run.
I believe there were glow sticks involved, if I remember correctly.
Glow sticks, yeah. And Marcus Thornton throws alley-oop to Boogie, and the place did like go crazy. It's pretty cool.
I know people won't like this, so I'll just if I picked like my favorite moment at Arco Arena, it's the rock concert. The rock concert's just insane. Like to be there to experience that reaction live was amazing. And to boo the Rock, it's the only like, hey, what? Crazy about my Kings, but that's it. Like that, but from a King standpoint, like I mean, obviously, the Monarchs 2005. I was there in 2005. I was also there when we thought we were winning in 2006. And I watched them being in the back, going to leave when they're pushing the confetti shooters back into the closet. Oh, that's you think losing's painful. Sit back there, watch the dejected faces into the locker room, and one of the players comes out and tells you, yeah, we ain't winning in Detroit. This team's done. Oof. That's painful. But Kings wise, Kobe's last game was one of the loudest. Like I wasn't at the playoff games.
Right.
That Kobe's last game was something.
All right.
That was
shout out to my guy, Coach JT. That was another great moment. I played there in the section semifinals, McClatchy versus Jesuit. Prime time. We were last game on Thursday night, and it was lit. I played well. Like, it was lit. That was awesome to be on that floor for that. That was real cool.
So Bryant brings up, first game he ever went to, Bryant West. Shout out. Good to hear from you, Bryant. You'll be on very regularly here very soon, apparently. As we get ready for the draft. We was talking about Brad Miller hitting an OT, forcing or hitting a 3, forcing OT, and hearing an explosion. I was at that playoff game, the Kevin Martin game. And I don't want to. It was loud, like it was definitely loud, but I also feel like there was a certain acceptance in the air. It's like, all right, cool, we got one. Like, I don't think we're getting out of this series against San Antonio. Again, not to say it wasn't loud and there wasn't excitement. I don't know how many people there felt like the Kings were getting out of that series.
But after game, that's Bonzi and Ron Artest, right?
Mm-hmm.
After game 4, I wasn't at any of the games, but I thought there was a real sense that they thought they could win that series.
Oh, I'm sure they thought that.
No, I mean, everybody, the crowd.
Oh, I didn't feel like that at all. Maybe it was just me. Maybe I'm a pessimistic jerk. I was just like, all right, cool. Let's see what happens next. I know what happens next. Brenden Nunes joins us. We'll talk more Kings basketball here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Believe it or not, it's true. It's ESPN 1320. All right. That's your fault, too. I didn't even know about the Great Western Forum. You want to do the show?
No show. Just
okay.
You're good, though.
All right. Bring in Brandon in here. I'll bring in Brandon. Pod everybody up. Step. What's up, B? I'll be right back, bro.
For sure. What's going on, Kenny? How you doing, man?
HBK, what's good, brother?
What is going on, man?
Not much, man. Ooh, that was a good one. Anthony Peeler versus KG. What a moment. What a moment.
You think they should bring the 6 over?
Please. Yeah, sure. I don't know where you put it. I guess you could put it next to that rabbit or whatever that thing is.
It's supposed to be, I think, it's supposed to be a child's drawing of Piglet, I think.
Okay.
Which
they could do better.
I could make art of a child's drawing of a house, like I can't do a house, but I could do a child's drawing of a house. Like
they could put something from Reese's Dope on there. That'd be better.
There you go.
That'd be better. Gabriel, no, never courtside seats for me. Not there. I was up in the rafters. I remember one time David said he watched the NCAA tournament there. I did there too. I went to a Saturday, a second day session. It was Oregon versus Purdue, maybe. Oregon had Rittenhauer, Fred Jones, and Luke Jackson. And they thought they were going to the Final Four. That was a good team. But they had that, and then Indiana was supposed to play USC the next night, or, in the second game. But SC got upset by, I think, UNC Wilmington, and it was Indiana and Jarrett Jeffries against UNC Wilmington. So I remember that. But I remember there was, I don't know if it was the same session or the same season or not, but I worked at Comcast, and Comcast was directly next door to Arco Arena. Like, I'm looking out the window and I'm looking at the parking lot of Arco Arena. And at the NCAA tournament there, people were there like 10 o'clock. And I was just so sick that I couldn't be there. I was like, this is the worst things ever.
And you get to watch everybody doing it. Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, as they're coming back next year, I thought it was this year for a long time, but it's next year. They'll be at the Golden One Center. Was that ARCP? ARCP, what's that? Will I don't know what that is.
That's probably Arco, just a typo.
Oh, yeah, oh yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Damien's just got thousands of these drinks.
That's what I need, though. I need some of them drinks.
What? The drinks behind me or these?
I guess both.
Yeah. I've started chugging a protein drink downstairs. I didn't do it today, but like on certain lift days, I'll chug protein powder downstairs, which is always terrible.
I remember that, Ramsey. Isn't that when the young lady missed the bunny that would have sent them to the Final Four?
Oh man. Oh, was that at Arco? Jeez.
Couldn't get more wide open than that. That's tough.
What's the last?
Hey, David, when we come back, before we, go all the way into Brenden, just real quick, 15 seconds. I got another sitcom comparison.
Okay. Okay. Good. Oh man, Brenden, I was hoping we were going to talk about something fun today.
I know. It's a real stinker.
That sucks.
Hopefully redeem themselves a little bit today.
KC, you got to watch CM Punk's promo from last night. It's Punk and MJF. You got to watch that promo from last night.
Even though I got to check that out.
It is good stuff. We're back now. Streaming live on the Odyssey app, available on your tablet, your smartphone, available right there on your desktop, laptop, whatever it may be. We welcome in Brenden Nunes of the King's Herald, the King's Beat, the King's Pulse, anything Kings. Brenden Nunes covers it. But before we dive back into the Sacramento Kings, maybe a few Arco memories from Brenden. Oh boy, KC's full of the sitcom comps today. What?
I got another one. Now, I don't have a whole lot, but this one, this is a good one. So Megan earlier said Friends is a younger, whiter, singular Jeffersons, right? I'll take it a step further. The Jeffersons, or I'll take this back. Martin is the Jeffersons.
I see that. I don't see what Megan is saying with the Jeffersons and Friends.
I'm not seeing that one either, but
Jeffersons and the Martins or Martin, I see that. I completely see that. Did you they taped a Martin reunion like 2 Saturdays ago?
Yeah, I saw that. I'm anxious to see how that plays out.
And they were all there.
Well,
R.I.P. Tommy. But what I mean is Tisha Campbell and Martin Lawrence were there in the same room.
They made up. Everything's good. Tisha Campbell, that's a loose cannon right there. That's my girl. I like me some Tisha Campbell, but that's a loose cannon right there for sure. And that reminds me, I came across the Instagram page that I followed today. All old My Wife and Kids highlights. Underrated show. My Wife and Kids. Underrated show. I love that show.
This is what happens when the Kings lose. We compare Golden Girls, Living Single. We boot Friends from the conversation, and then we just start making sitcom comps. This is what happens when the Kings lose their biggest game of the year. And Brenden, I want to believe we come in here. I'm disappointed if the Kings lose. I want to believe hey, the Pelicans needed to win the game too. But man, the fact that they lost by 30 and just felt like old times, Brenden. Felt like the same old story last night.
It did. And thanks for having me on, guys. Always a good time. It was a stinker. It was scary, really, because it did feel like old times, and that's not a good thing in Sacramento. It felt like earlier in the year, we just wrapped up a King's Beat recording, me and James did, and pointed out, like, first 9 games of this team this year, they were 5-4. They played some really good opponents. I think the whole year, we're pretty optimistic about it. And it just went downhill pretty quickly. And, I think that this New Orleans game scares me because there is an optimism around this team. But you have a couple more of these in these final 19 games, and you could get back to this whole Kingsy feeling pretty quickly. Like, I know they had a complicated travel situation with getting to San Antonio. They didn't fly until this morning, but you really got to bounce back. And the New Orleans game needs to be an outlier because it wasn't just missing shots like you did in Brooklyn. It was you rolled over and died, and they gave up, and they hadn't done that before, and it just can't happen.
Yeah, and that's what is going to make this game intriguing, because if you do continue to do that on the road, or you look for an excuse and talking about the travel and all this other stuff instead of coming out and competing and playing against a Spurs team that's on your level or maybe a half notch above or below, and you're not able to execute and take care of business, then you're looking like the same old Kings, regardless of who was traded or who's not here anymore or anything like that. You're looking like the same. And I think that's important for a guy like De'Aaron Fox, to come out and not have the same performance that we saw, in the first 60 or so games in these type of moments, but to come out and be like, all right, well, things are a little different now. I'm doing things differently. We're going about things differently. And this team is not the same old Kings team that we had earlier in the season. We're trying to grow here and improve from that.
Yeah, it's important for a whole lot of things. Like, I think the best case scenario is that they have a top 4 pick this offseason. Like, I think that's the best asset that they could be moving forward with. Like, the team undeniably needs more talent, first of all. Sabonis has to be step 1 for this to be a good move. And they have their assets to be able to do that. But while a higher draft pick may be the better thing to work with this offseason, there is so many reasons that you can't have these stinkers to close the year of. Like, Sabonis was excited to come to Sacramento. I don't know that it takes that long of having how many games, 5 games of these 19 to close this, of just everybody deciding that they're all going to try to do hero ball to stop the opposing run that's going on, or there's just no longer a cohesion, or maybe all of a sudden guys get fed up with Dante DiVincenzo taking bad shots and you see the ball movement slow down because there's not as much trust among these guys. And maybe Sabonis, like, pretty quickly could look around and be like, man, maybe nobody can save this organization. And it's just, you can't let him even have that thought leak into his mind a little bit with poor performances. Like, there has to be a cohesion among this roster where they do need more talent, and I think it's better for them to get a better draft pick moving forward for that reason. But you have to have a fight still in all of these games going forward. And I think Fox and Sabonis performed well. I think the HB performed pretty well in that first half and then just went totally MIA in the second half, which he kind of has a weird tendency to do. But it's the other guys, there is a lack of spacing. Like, there is fit issues that the team needs to work out, but you just can't have one of these where it's the Pelicans aren't 30 points better than you. That needed to be close until at least the final 5 minutes or something like that. Like, again, this wasn't just shooting and shooting poorly. This was you
quitting.
Called it in. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm fearful, Brenden, that, like, that's in the scout now. Like, teams are scouting. Like, if you play this, if they start missing shots, and this is what I feel like I noticed last night, is when the Kings started missing shots, which was the beginning of kind of everything going south for them. Teams know now, not only are they missing shots, they're going to stop playing hard on defense because they're going to be so desperate to correct what's going on the offensive end. And you could see that game spiraled out of control so quickly because the Pelicans picked up the pace. And it was almost like they were like, here it is. This is literally the moment we were talking about at shoot around. They're missing shots. They're getting lazy on defense. Let's hit them in the chin and get this game over with right now with 12 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can't let it happen. I think that weirdly the team has lineups that they can throw out there that are decent on defense. The Kings, that is, like Davion, DiVincenzo. If you want to throw Justin Holiday at the 3, Harrison Barnes, Sabonis, like you have a decent defensive lineup. And I think that was part of the issue yesterday. I think it was more so on the offense, but like you're saying, you miss a shot and the opposing team is able to run it down your throat in transition. You guys aren't running back. We've heard this be an issue a couple of times. It was specifically against Denver because Jokic is such a threat with those outlet passes, but then it leaks over into this Pelicans game. And also, that limits the transition opportunities you get for yourself. The only way you're getting in transition is getting a stop on defense.
Right.
And you're just making the entire game harder for yourself by taking these poor shots and giving them simple opportunities like that. Like, there was an aspect of Brandon Ingram just being on one. That dude was hitting everything. And that's not the issue, though. It's all these other aspects that were effort-related and just not being locked in. And there wasn't the ball movement and player movement went away. And that just needs to be the outlier because this can't be a sign of, already starting to second guess. Can I trust that guy kicking it to him in the corner sort of thing? Or if Dante gets the ball here, is he going to throw up something wild? And you can't have that sort of lack of trust start building that was clearly there with Buddy and Bagley.
Yeah. Brenden, we talked a little bit about, this being an evaluation period and turning into, evaluating who plays well with Sabonis, Fox, Barnes, those 3 guys who I think are, the guys that are going to come back. One of the positions I look at is the shooting guard position. And I say they got to figure out what they need to do at the 2 guard position. I think they need to find a little bit of a decent defensive minded guy. You got 2 guys right here in front of you on your roster, Davion and Dante DiVincenzo. Would you, who out of those 2, I'll ask you this, would you want to see starting at the 2 guard spot?
My answer would have been Dante, but he's gotten pretty frustrating on offense for me. I think that, maybe there's an aspect of if he's playing with Fox and Sabonis, he's not taking these kind of erratic off the dribble shots because I think when he's off the catch, he's still hitting at a good rate. But because the offense, I think, again, they're taking some wild shots sometimes, I would look towards Davion. I think that he's a guy that doesn't really play outside of himself. I think that he moves the ball well, penetrates when you need him to. He kind of just does a little bit of everything on offense at like an average level. And he's not ever really hurting you out there. And obviously he's making a difference on the defensive end. So if I would have asked that question a couple games ago, I think it would have pretty easily been Dante, but I'm starting to lean more towards Davion, but certainly wouldn't mind Dante because as much as I'm frustrated with him on offense, he's still a difference maker on defense. He's still one of the better defenders on this team. He's physical, versatile, and a disruptor. So I think that either one really, but right now I lean towards Davion. And Davion's been in a weird situation recently with these minutes. They've been fluctuating so much, and it's just, I think, a weird situation for him because coming into the All-Star break, he was on a tear and had just been hitting at a really good rate, and he slowed down recently, 7 points in that first game back, and then he has 0 the first time all season that we've seen that in the second Denver game. And then you see 13 in that OKC win, but only 4 last night. And just so much fluctuation in his minutes. Like, I think that's a guy that should be out there more. He doesn't do anything too crazy on offense, and he's a positive on defense.
Why do you... okay, let's stay with that 2 position for a minute. What you just talked about Dante, you just talked about Davion. So why is it Justin Holiday? Why is Justin Holiday starting right now?
I think that they need... they're running a lot of the same sets, and they had a lot of actions for Buddy. And I think that Justin can play the Buddy role. I don't know that I think he's asking him to do too much, but I think that they have him in the same spot. And I think that among all those guys, Justin's the best shooter until the other 2 prove otherwise, which they totally could. But it almost feels like they want one guy out there that is just going to be very respected from three and willing to run these actions and take them off balance a little bit, off pin downs, and he has a built-in synergy with Sabonis. I do think he is a positive on the defensive end, not like making a huge difference or anything, but he's certainly not hurting you there either. So I kind of think it's just somebody that is willing to be the guy that's going to get up a lot of shots in the rhythm of a new offense that it's probably, being the vet, he's probably able to pick up on it pretty quickly compared to maybe Dante. You know, I don't have a great answer, but that's my, if I had to guess, theory there.
How big of a factor do you think, if and a factor at all, do you think coaching is on this team's kind of erratic play and kind of what we saw last night?
I think it's a pretty big factor. I don't think necessarily last night that much. I think that there were some rotations. Like somebody in the chat points out, where's Mo Harkless been? And this has been the thing with him all year, right? He either is going to start or he's not going to play at all. And it's just a weird situation. Like, nobody's hitting shots. Put the guy out there that maybe he's not going to hit shots either, but he's going to be a plus on defense. Like, I think there's rotation things that I've questioned with Gentry. And then I think there's also aspects of the offense, like when you see them going to those post-ups so much in OKC and they end up pulling through in that game because they're just way more talented, but these actions on the other side aren't happening. Like, everybody's just kind of standing there, and when Gentry's saying there's a lack of player movement, it's like, well, maybe be a little bit more clear with this is exactly what we want you to do rather than just like freelance. If the ball swings that way, then this is what this side should be doing. Like, I think that the team could use a little bit more structure rather than this like freelance offense that we've seen. I don't know that I can point to anybody on the team and then being like, that guy is being optimized. He's better because of Gentry's system. And I think that like that is where my frustration is with him. So last night, I don't think is really on Gentry. I think that that was the guys on the floor getting frustrated and their frustrations kind of snowballing and just getting worse as that third quarter and fourth quarter went on. But throughout the year, I mean, the team definitely needs better coaching. I think that that's one of the biggest moves that they can make this offseason.
Do you have someone that you have your eye on in terms of a potential Kings head coach, or do you have a Brenden Nunes power rankings of potential Kings head coaches?
No, there's probably a Jill Adge power rankings.
There's 1,000% a Jill Adge power rankings for sure.
I'm sure there is. She's the one to ask. I'll throw out a few, I guess. Like, I really like Kenny Atkinson, and we know that ownership certainly likes to model themselves after the Warriors. Kenny's in Golden State right now. I think that like Frank Vogel is interesting to me, who's probably on his way out.
Is there
with
another
the
Frank
Lakers.
Vogel in the league? Are there two Frank Vogels?
Probably on his way out, right?
He's definitely on his way out. It didn't work out very well the last time the Lakers hired the guy from, or the Kings hired the guy from the Lakers who was on the way out. But
it's true. It's
Frank
true.
Vogel
I
is a
got
better
that pointed
coach
out
than-
to me a lot. Yes. Luke couldn't get LeBron to the playoffs, which is maybe underselling Luke a little. Like, you know, there's more to that season than just that, I guess. But, I mean, you just saw Frank Vogel win a championship. Like, there is a difference, you know?
Well, you did. But, like, let's not gloss over Orlando.
Yeah, let's not act like
true.
Manning got fired 2 other times.
That's true.
I mean,
And the most important thing with a coaching hiring is that they actually have a process, right? That it's not just going out and Monty already knows I want this exact guy. Like, go through the entire process, talk it through, do the interviews, because that not happening previously is what led to like the issue with Walton. Or, yeah, I mean, it's just that's been the issue here, is that we need everybody on the same page. And it's still like unclear if Walton was even McNair's guy, which at this point, like, he deserves to be attached to McNair because he made that decision, but still doesn't quite feel like that was his guy. So maybe this offseason, McNair can get somebody where they're all going to be on the same page and just have a process is all that I really ask.
The Kings are better defensively if Frank Vogel is the coach. Like that's a given.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. But
Right.
I think there's a lot that comes with Frank Vogel.
I like Terry Stotts. Like obviously he was doing well with Portland. Like and they just changed it up because they had to change something. And clearly he wasn't the issue. And then there's always going to be assistants.
I like Terry Stotts too, but that was a bad defensive team.
They were, but their talent kind of like, I don't know. They weren't expected to be a good defense, but they were pretty tough every single year. And then there's always going to be assistants that I'm just going to learn the name of in a couple months that emerge. And it's like all of a sudden this guy's a great candidate and he just was quietly on the bench somewhere like a Darvin Ham in Milwaukee or there's always a handful of assistants that end up coming up and
there's an Adelman out there. Is it
there isn't
David Adelman? I forgot his.
The most important thing, and you guys know this, I'm not breaking any news here, is it just has to be perfect. It has to be a perfect hire. Everything they do this
whole offseason has to be perfect.
Yeah, it has to be perfect. Whatever they do with that draft pick, whether they make the pick or trade this coach, I don't like. I understand what you're saying, Brenden. I don't care if Monty has a guy right now and says we're not going through the process. I know who I want and gets him. Fine. It just has to hit. Because you could go through the process and get the guy that sucks. And the process don't matter. It's all results based right now with this particular group. It's all results based. How you get there, I don't think anybody really cares. I know I don't care. It's all results based. Everything has to work.
And winning fixes everything, right? I'll say the one guy I don't want, I mean, I'm sure there's a couple, but I would not be a fan of Doug Christie.
Wow, Brenden Nunes,
great guy.
Doug Christie, gonna be tough to face him.
Cut that up, Jeffy. Cut it up.
Wow, this clip's going on social media. In fact, cut this clip. I'll text it to him. Go ahead. No, continue. I think I know why, but
it's just a lack of experience as a coach. And, like obviously experience as a player. I think that Doug can get guys to play hard for them, but it just feels very Vlade getting hired as GM, where it's a former player who would have a lot of leeway with the fan base, but maybe is not the most qualified to fully be jumping into that number one spot as the head coach, and I think that aspect of like would have leeway with the fan base. I would be very concerned that was the reasoning, that it's like, oh, well, they're going to give him a little bit more time before they really start turning on him because that's Doug Christie, and I just think that is poor reasoning.
Well, you make a good point there, Brenden, but the chat, they're 100% on point here. Brenden with the chair shot, Cole saying Brenden turned heel, Brenden with the steel chair. I mean,
oh my God!
Right in the back. Unbelievable, Brenden. Just a shot at Doug Christie for no reason. Doug Christie, Kings legend. Here comes Brenden Nunes.
What is he doing? Oh my God! Is he the third man? He's the third man. What the hell is going on here?
Damn shame, Brenden. Damn shame.
Underrated on that one is Dusty.
Oh, Dusty's so good. Dusty's so good. I love that Brenden has no idea what either of those sound bites are from. That makes
Brenden, have you ever seen White Men Can't Jump?
Do I have to admit this? I have
No,
not.
I don't expect you to see it. You're
I have not.
22.
No, I have not.
Yeah.
I gotta get on it though.
That's all the more reason they need to do the reboot, I guess.
I'm slightly amused. I know he listens regularly, but it's great for so many reasons. Deuce tweeted promoting Night Chat tonight. There's no forbidden door tonight. The crossover event of a lifetime. Deuce Mason, Kenny Caraway, Night Chat. But the GIF is Kadeem Hardison and Woody Harrelson from White Men Can't Jump. And it just it makes me happy.
That's hilarious.
It makes me happy. It's good stuff. Brenden, no time to really lick their wounds. They got a game tonight. Greg Popovich is looking to become, or at least tie the most victories for a head coach in NBA history. It was kind of a package deal. The Kings really needed to get both of them. Do you think that this team has the mental capacity to regroup and get one tonight?
I'm going to choose to think yes until I'm proven otherwise, because it's a new group of guys, 6 new ones. Like it's hard to say because we don't know yet with this group. I think it's different enough that it doesn't feel fair to say, yeah, we've seen them do it plenty of times earlier this year because it is so many new faces. So I think that this game is going to tell us a whole lot about this team, though, because you did just get punched in the mouth by a team that you're rubbing shoulders with, and you're doing all this talk of still wanting to chase the 10 seed. Then show that that is the plan, and it doesn't matter what my numbers are, your numbers are, or who's starting, or whatever's going on here, that we're all here trying to get wins and progress this team and franchise to the next step and show that we're not pushovers. Like, you know how quickly the conversation is going to start to get out of hand if it hasn't already, that the Kings made an absolutely horrible trade? Like, it's already borderline too far, right? Sometimes. I mean, I think that it could end up being a horrible trade. Like, I understand why that argument's presented, but you know how quickly that you're going to hear that with people saying that with absolute certainty if they just come out and lose by 15, 20 tonight to the Spurs as well? Because then you're looking at, it's like, how good of a team do they need to add so that way they're not just fighting for the 10 seed next year? Because the team that you just fought last night is going to be adding Zion Williamson to their team. They're getting better, and they're probably a 9, 10 seed. The Clippers are right there. They're going to add Kawhi and PG. Like, all of these teams are going to be getting better, and sure, the idea is the Kings are too, but you need to prove that this move doesn't just have you in the 10-9 spot, because you need to be a jump above that, and you're going to kind of show what is the identity and the fight of this team tonight, because you don't know what is going on with the team until they hit adversity. Like we saw earlier in the year with this Kings team, it was all good until Halliburton went down. They started losing a couple of games and dealt with injuries all throughout the year, and just if they got hit, they stayed down. So I'm going to need this Kings team to get back up and really have a good fight. I don't give a damn about the flight situation. Like, I don't want to hear it. Sure, I don't mind acknowledging it. It does make a difference, but I don't want to hear it. These are the 2 games that had to be circled as the biggest games that you had to save your season. And absolute stinker in the first one. You better come out in the second one.
It's Brenden Nunes, the Kings Pulse, the Kings Beat, and the Kings Herald. We're back with Olivia Christian next here on ESPN 1320. Clear. Nice job, Brenden.
Nice
Great
job.
stuff
Appreciate
as
it,
always,
guys.
man.
Brendan said.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
We're like 2 children when we add sound to this board.
That was fine. Good job, Brendan. Good seeing you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, fellas. I'm going to run, actually.
Yeah. Okay, man. We'll see you.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thanks. You too. I need to get this I need to put this microphone in a better. No, it doesn't work either. See the bottles better when I do that. Yeah, it's weird. That ain't gonna do it. Yeah, well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't. Ice Cube was supposed to play O-Dog. I learned that in the Lorenz Tate, the dude with the braids. Yeah. Well, what's up, CJ? Fig and Vine. Get your flowers with Fig and Vine. Let's go. figandvine.com. They make great stuff, man. Great stuff. Yeah, man. There's definitely some good stuff happening in wrestling. Sass, I saw this and wanted to point it out. We don't know, dude. we won't know. I mean, I guess we could find out if he's ruled out. Actually, I think it's a 5:30 start tonight. So that means Alvin's talking at 4. So we don't know yet, man. We don't. I'm just gonna assume that he's not, to be honest with you. Yeah, man. Yeah, we'll spend a few minutes on this. Like I'm really anxious to see what Tony Khan does with this. I mean, obviously the big get here is the library. You could do so much with the library, and the fact that MJF used the CM Punk promo last night, or like MJF really used the line from The Usual Suspects, but Punk rechristened it and put it into a fantastic promo from his days in ROH, and it was just all such a really great tie-in last night. And I don't know like what Tony Khan's ideas are for ROH. I don't know if it's to continue to operate it as a separate brand. I don't know if it's to merge the two brands. I don't know if it's just to take the library or what it is, but the more places there are to work for wrestlers, the better it is for wrestling, period. ROH, if you've never watched it, they usually put out a really, really good product. Like they've been on life support for, I mean, hard to criticize, 2020, since the pandemic, and not everybody had the resources that WWE and AEW had, but I think there's some potentially great stuff coming out of Tony Khan owning ROH. I think that's good for the wrestling business overall, and I'm anxious to. I did see a lot of it, but apparently it must have been like a 2-hour interview. I'm anxious to watch the rest of Vince McMahon and Pat McAfee as well. That looked like I mean, that is as honest as I think I've ever seen Vince discussing anything, even more so than he was with Steve Austin on the WWE network. I think the mistake there was you threw Vince onto the network immediately following a television show, which, man, that's if you've heard the stories about Vince McMahon, that's probably not the best thing. Yeah, I heard Tupac was, but so was Ice Cube. I knew Tupac. I didn't know Ice Cube. Top 5 wrestlers of all time. So if we're talking about in-ring performers, are we talking about just, see, this question is so tough because, like, if you're talking about in-ring performers, I mean, Shawn Michaels is at the top of that list. Bryan Danielson is right up there with him. Ric Flair's probably in the top 5. And I don't really know what to do after that. If you're just talking about wrestlers, period, then you got to talk about like Hulk Hogan, The Rock, Steve Austin, John Cena. They would all be right there at the top. I think, and this might sound weird, I think John Cena is just and you're dead wrong about that, but Y2J would probably be in my top 5.
Y2J.
Chris Jericho, I think, would be in my top 5 of all time. Just overall, that's much easier. That's Hogan, Cena, Rock, Austin. Olivia Christian will join us coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. Give and go with Maybach O. We'll get her thoughts on the Sacramento Kings game last night, the Sacramento Kings game tonight, and some things going on in the sports world as well. Anxious to talk to Olivia, as we always are. Again, that's coming up just about 10 minutes from now. Kings basketball coming up at 5:30. Sass here in the chat asked, is in all caps, because they were very concerned, is Rashawn Holmes playing tonight? I don't know. I'm going to assume, honestly, that he's not.
Yeah.
And that's not because anything Alvin Gentry said. That's just, he was pretty definitive last night that he wasn't playing. That was just last night. How much has changed? I'm just going to operate under the assumption that Rashawn Holmes isn't playing. What I will look for tonight when Alvin Gentry speaks to the media at about 4:00 is, I wonder, will there be any changes to the starting lineup? I don't think it's too overreactionary to change the starting lineup after a bad outing like that. I don't necessarily mean you can't rock with Trey Lyles again. I certainly think that you can. I think I want to see some movement there at the 2 spot. I'd like it to be Davion. If it's Dante, that's fine. It's not a knock on Justin Holiday either. I like what Justin Holiday brings to this team, and I like a lot of things that Justin Holiday does. But I think when we look, that's one of the positions that we kind of we've been wanting to clean up a little bit.
Want to clean up a little bit, want to get, some answers on some of the guys that we have, or, get closer to some answers about what it looks like with Davion in the backcourt with De'Aaron, what it looks like with DiVincenzo in the backcourt with them. Another thing about that, and this isn't really the case with Justin Holiday because he's, played the whole time with them. But I wonder, I don't know. I'm just kind of asking the question. I wonder if there's an adjustment period, if there's, kind of a learning curve for De'Aaron Fox being comfortable playing with so many different guys in the backcourt. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but I'm just kind of posing the question. Like, all right, well, I know right now, if they change the starting lineup tonight, I'm starting to understand that Justin Holiday, he likes the ball here, or he might cut here in this situation. And then all of a sudden, Davion goes in the starting lineup. I got to figure out like where he wants the ball, where his spots are on the floor. Okay. And then he gets comfortable with that. Then they try DiVincenzo. Now I got to, you got to keep learning your partners back there. I wonder if that is something that he has to worry about. I would like to think you just go out there and ball. You just go out there and play and you figure it out. But maybe those things matter as well.
We might be. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. We did see De'Aaron, Oklahoma, Denver, Oklahoma City. He had back-to-back games with 10 assists.
Yeah, he played well, and he played well last night for the most part until the game went to hell. But making sure the other guy, is in the right spot, feeding them, or knowing where they're at on the floor. Maybe that's something that he has to adjust to. I don't know.
The Kings need a guy who can get them from the depths of hell. Apparently, that's part of the issue. Olivia just couldn't wait to be with us. We could see her here on the stream. We ain't gonna leave you sitting there. Like, let's get in here and chat. Talking Kings basketball. Maybach 1320 host and contributor Olivia Christian here with us on D'Lo and KC. I guess it's your turn. We've been frustrated and agitated at the fact that they not only lost last night, and losing, it's part of the game. It was an important game for the New Orleans Pelicans too. They lost by 30, dude. Like, they weren't even competitive last night. And it's been pointed out, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on how you feel about this. It felt like, to many of us, they rolled over and died last night.
Yeah, it felt like that to me too. And hi, everybody. Thanks for It's been a busy couple of days. I wanted to give myself time to listen to what you were talking about before I came on air. But
no, we were just gonna bring you in as soon as I see you. It's like, it's here. We're gonna keep waiting. We can just bring you in here. We talking Kings basketball.
We're talking about the Golden Girls and single.
We're either talking Kings basketball or we're talking the Golden Girls. Did you hear that breakdown earlier? By the way,
the breakdown of what?
I know my best
the
work.
Golden Girls, Living Single, and Friends.
How they're all connected?
Well, we got you. We got you. Hang on. We'll get that. We'll get that for later. We'll get that for later. It's a hell of it's probably Kenny's finest work on the show.
Thank you.
To be honest, it's solid. It's solid. So we'll get that.
But my bag there. Got my Gucci bag.
You did. What was Mark's? Oh, Mark had a crazy one last night.
He said something about waves.
Waves in a do rag. Yeah, he's on a wave like a do rag or something like that. Was.
I love Mark Jones so much. I love his little. I don't even know what you call it. I love one of my favorites is he got in his bag like the fries are at the bottom. I'm like, it's exactly how I am. Just
who can't relate to that? Come on now.
Exactly. I love
We have all dug to the bottom of the bag for fries. We all have.
Yeah, he's a favorite of mine. That was one that I was like, I sat with that do-rag one for a while. I'm like, wow, how does this guy come up with this stuff?
You got bars, man. Bars.
He might have a list. Like, I'm just going to get these out tonight at some point. I'm going to use these. These are too good. whatever
That
his
was so good. I have to believe that was written on a notepad somewhere near him. That was such a great line. And it's also so specific because I have to imagine there were plenty of people watching. I don't understand. I don't get it. What does that mean? Brett Napier would never say anything like that. I don't know what that is.
Well, that's the other reason why I like that he does it. He's just like, I'm going to say what I have to say.
Oh, Mark's for the culture. Oh, yeah.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah, Mark is for the culture.
I think Katie every now and then is kind of like, great.
Yeah, Mark. Sure. Like a do-rag. Yeah, definitely. Like 10 minutes ago, before I sidetracked you, I asked you about the Kings quitting. So, like, did it feel like to you that the Kings quit last night?
It did, and I want to apologize. My internet may be a little janky. You sound a little nutballs to me, but if I'm coming in on the radio, okay, maybe you guys just give me a nod here.
I think you sound marvelous to me. It's actually the lighting that's quite. It got me thinking I'm taking some sort of drug I've never tried before. But we're getting word from the studio. You sound fantastic.
Okay, let's go with that. Sorry, everybody who's watching on YouTube or Twitch. But yes, I felt like they gave up, and it was incredibly disappointing because, of course, the first half was amazing. They shot really well, but the challenge with that was they weren't pulling away at any point. So like if they're not separating themselves by the time we get to the third quarter, it's likely that they're going to crumble, and that's what happened. So you can shoot. Harrison Barnes was throwing them up. Everyone's feeling good, and they were doing it in a way where they were creating opportunities for people because they were passing. They were hustling up and down the court. They were getting early shots shots early on in the count. As I say all the time, like I want to see a couple of passes before you jack one up. And they were being successful. But again, they weren't pulling away. So it's like if they didn't stick with the game plan, they clearly were just gonna, give up if it got too tight. And that's what happened. And it got too tight. They felt the pressure. I don't know what they were actually thinking, but you could see it in their body language as the Pelicans kept, adding to their lead. The fight didn't show up for the Kings. They just kept looking like they were feeling more and more defeated, like death by 1,000 cuts. They're getting more and more defeated as the game went on to the point where it's like, we don't even care. When's it going to end?
Yeah, that was disappointing to see. And it was a certain level of lack of focus and lack of awareness that I felt also took over with them. I go back to the point I think there's about 8 minutes to go in the third quarter, 5-point game. De'Aaron Fox is at the free throw line. He misses the free throw. Trey Lyles gets the ball, tries to put it back, misses it. And we go from that point to immediately being down 9 after back-to-back possessions for the Pelicans. And then, like, next thing you know, it's like a 15, 20-point game. And they call a timeout when the lead gets to 9. I thought the game was over at that point. I just had a feeling like, oh, here we go. But that should have been the time right there where they refocus. They reassess, hey, we know where this could go if we're not careful here. Let's stay locked in. Let's stay on the same page and make sure this 9 doesn't turn into 17. We take it back down to 4 or something like that. And just not being able to do that in that spot when you see it, you're staring at it right in front of you. That was tough to take in as a Kings fan, because it's like, man, you guys have been here, man. You know what this could turn into, and you let it happen again.
Wait, Kenny, they did take a timeout at 9 points?
They did take a timeout at that point, yeah.
I'm like, I fast forwarded through the commercial. I may have missed that because I remember, and I might be remembering incorrectly, that it had gone up a little, like to 17 before we got a timeout. There was
another time. So after the timeout, they actually, I think, got it back to 4 after a couple free throws, and then it just went haywire after that.
Yeah, I wonder what. It's confusing to me, right? There's a number of guys who played last night that haven't been Kings for very long. So does it come like, it's like, is this a revexed? Was there, some kind of voodoo put on? Like, how do you just walk into the organization, all of a sudden adapt that same methodology where when struggle hits, all of a sudden you go up like that? What happened to what you were doing before. We were all game, but I don't know. I don't know what that was about. It's disappointing, obviously, because that was a must win. And they had such momentum going and excitement. I mean, it was only one game early in the week, but that's kind of what the Kings get. You get one win, you got to build on that momentum. Momentum counts when we just get a W. And it's harder. I feel like tonight it'll be harder to get up for a game like tonight when you lost like last night.
Well, that's where it's shame on us too, because we were talking about, and the truth is, you know, they could have won last night's game. The fact is, we could have, you know, been really happy about it for about an hour, but the next 3 hours of the show would have been about how much they need to win tonight's game, because it was very much a package deal. It wasn't a, hey, just get one of these. You need to win, or you needed to win both of them, because both of these teams that you're playing, the Pelicans and the Spurs, are right ahead of you. And obviously that ain't happening, but shame on us, because we're asking them to win the same amount of road games in 2 nights. We're asking you to win 2 road games in 2 nights, when after you beat Oklahoma City, you had won 2 road games in like 19 tries.
Well, as fans, I feel like we're allowed to ask them to do what they should do. We want them to win the games you're supposed to win. Yes, it's hard, but this is what you're here for. This is what we made those trades for. Get in a position to maybe make a run for this playing game. So the fact that you hadn't done it earlier in the season doesn't matter at this point. You've got new guys in the game. They've been with each other for a little bit of time now. Of course, it's still, you know, we're still in a place where we have to figure this lineup out, when people need to be substituted and when, you know, when people aren't producing. The bench was not great at all last night. So there are obviously a lot of things they have to figure out. But us as fans, I think we're allowed to have those kind of expectations. And I'm sure they had that for themselves as players. Probably until, you know, the middle of the third quarter, they had those expectations for themselves. And that's the hitch. That's the mountain. That's the thing we just can't get over. But we wouldn't be in that position if we didn't keep having those lapses where we allowed ourselves to dig those holes and we make a run. Like Kenny said, we come back after the time and maybe we can get it. We work our ways back up the mountain, but it's like, you've built it so high. You're running out of time. You're running out of mental energy to really overcome this. And that's what we saw last night.
Yeah, there's and the thing about it is, I agree with you, Olivia, where it shouldn't be out of the realm of reality to say, hey, win 3 road games in a row. Like if you are talking about making the play in and, you know, you haven't given up on the season and things of that nature. Yeah, it's tough, but so what? Like life is hard. Basketball is hard. Like there's going to be anything that you ask that you're trying to be successful at and you ask these guys to do. Yeah, it's going to be tough. But if you really want to do it, if that's really what your goal is, you shouldn't be, and I'm not saying they are, but you shouldn't be intimidated. And us as fans shouldn't be apprehensive to ask them to do something that may be a little difficult. Yeah, go ahead. You got OKC, New Orleans, and San Antonio on this road trip. Go ahead and win 3 of those games. They weren't able to do it, obviously, but yeah, they should be asked to do those type of things if they put themselves in these situations to try and make the play.
And I think as fans, like anything we ask them to do is going to be hard because they haven't done it in 16 years. So if we say like, hey, put a 10-game win streak, like every small thing we might think is something that they can achieve will feel big because it's been so long since they've had success like that. But I still think as a fan base anyway, and not to harp on this, but like we want to see those expectations met and not to continue to lower expectations for ourselves and for the organization. So, I mean, I'm hopeful that they'll get the win tonight. I feel like it's, again, a big emotional hurdle to get over last night. But again, that's what they're paid to do. Figure it out somehow. I don't know what it'll amount to in the end of the season. And, we probably are out of it. But prior to this hope of them taking that 3-game road trip, winning those 3 games, we just wanted to see them play better. Remember, it was like, make a run for the playing game, but if that doesn't happen, it's okay. But we want to see you play better. So I think that's what the biggest disappointment is, that you didn't play better last night. You can lose, but you can't lose like that.
Yeah. And that's a damn shame. We're not even asking you to win. We're just asking you to not lose by freaking 30. That's so sad. You're listening to D-Lo and KC along with Olivia Christian here on ESPN 1320. KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. It's, by the way, March is Women's History Month, and I think of this line from the Camilla Johnson poem that we aired last year that was at the Golden One Center. She said, as part of her poem, she said, "Why do you celebrate Black History Month? You're Black 365 days a year." And she said, "Yeah, but I'm extra Black for these 28 days." Are you extra woman for March?
I'm blackity black, and I'm womany woman. I don't know if that's a thing, but yeah.
We'll make it one. We'll make it a GIF.
I saw it on LinkedIn that it was like March 1st is declared Black Women's Day because of the crossover. I'm like, all right, I'll claim that. I'm down for Black Women's Day.
You just got one day, huh? It gave you one day. All right.
I mean, we're like I'm celebrating Black, I'm celebrating women, but today is Black Women Day. I think that's cool. It's fine. There's lots of days, hot days, ice cream days. We can have a Black Lady Day.
Yeah, might as well. They got flannel days. You might as well have a day celebrating. It's a true story. They got flannel days. You might as well have a day celebrating Black women. But in all seriousness, you own your story. Involves working with women. Are you like really locked into like this month? Do you guys do anything special this month for March or for Women's History Month?
Yeah, a lot of big organizations do a lot of events for Black History Month, Women's History Month, AAPI month. Like months is an easy way to kind of organize events around and try to find culture and community within big corporations. So they bring me in a lot early in the year. Start off the year, January, February, March are my busiest months. But it's good. It's fun. It's an opportunity for people to kind of be amongst their community and say what they need to say, let it all out. I think I mentioned this before. Sometimes some tears happen in those workshops that I put on, but I'm lucky to do it. I love doing it. And I really like Women's History Month, especially because there are so many different women from all different backgrounds around the world who come together to hear each other's stories and to find support. And I always say in the workshops, women are women's worst enemy. Like we make it hard for each other. And that, opens up to a larger conversation. But I want women to treat women better. Obviously, I want men to treat us better as well. But women are really hard on each other. Stand up! I heard that yesterday.
Oh, come on, man. Come on.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
That second one is awesome. Stand up. Okay.
Why like that's been I don't remember who used to do it. I don't know, Comic View or Def Jam, but that's long been a bit about how like women are harder on women than men are. Why is that the case? I feel like that's the case, especially in like business.
Yeah, well, there's always this thought about how many seats are available at the table, right? And I think a lot of racial minorities deal with this too. They're only going to hire 2 Blacks. So I'm going to be the one, and this guy, my friend, we'll bring them together, and then we'll shut everybody out. And women do that as well. I mean, the biggest beneficiaries of affirmative action have been white women. And I work with a lot of entrepreneurs, and they are also the biggest beneficiaries of the attention that has been brought to small businesses that have received funding. But I think they're still being very protective of that. And so it's difficult for them to create community, to step outside of their friend zones and create bonds across racial lines and age lines and industry lines. And so it's just a constant conversation. So on top of that, I think it's kind of biology as well. I don't want to get in trouble here, but I feel like there's something going on in our DNA that makes it difficult for us. I don't think high school ever really ends for some women. There are girls that are 60, 70 years old. And you're like, dang, girl, can you just live at this point? But yeah, so
they made a TV show about it called The Golden Girls. We'll get into that in just a second. That was a great tie-in right there. That was a really good tie-in.
Yeah. So Women's History Month is an opportunity to kind of have those conversations, I think, at length and try to make some gains in that area in particular. Like the change has to start with you, ladies. So I call them out and call myself out when appropriate, to make those kind of, again, avenues and opportunities to build each other up. So we're not all fighting for the 2 seats that are available. Let's, what do I say, create my own table and bring everyone along with me.
Help me out here if I'm wrong on this at all. But do you feel that women in the sports world are a bit of an exception? Because on the outside looking in, it feels kind of united. Like it feels like, I'm just talking maybe reporting. You know what I mean? You see the Joy Taylors and the Taylor Rooks. Like seems like the women big up each other a lot in the sports reporting world because they know.
Rachel Nichols online won.
Oh well, yeah. Never.
Maybe she's the exception.
Dead
she's the exception.
Dead that analogy.
Well, no, I mean, it's just like any other, like I said, sometimes you run into this with racial minorities. There's going to be, let's pick someone, a Black guy that I can't think of his name now, who is anti-Black, talking about sports. You know?
Ricky Whitlock.
Yes, Whitlock. I couldn't think of his name. Yeah, like you're like, there's an anomaly there who stands out. But in general, like I can understand from your perspective, it seems like we're all very united, especially on Twitter. It's like, hey girl, I got a raise, I got a new job. Yes. Of course, you don't really know. It's, social media can be very performative at times. Because you definitely don't want to seem like you're sour over that stuff. So you don't really know what's going on in the background. But, folks like Carrie Champion, Jamil Hill, like they seem like a genuine friendship. They seem to go wherever the other person goes because they're bringing them along. And I know there are a lot of women who do that for each other. In sports, it's really hard. Some of the biggest gains I've had in the sports industry have been because of women. And some of the biggest knockbacks I've had have been because of women and not for professional reasons. You know how like you can tell when someone is treating you differently because you're Black? I can tell when I'm being treated differently or discriminating against if I'm a woman or because I'm Black. There's just a subtlety to it. So I felt that in dealing with sports and working with women, because it's another example of, well, there are only so many. There are only so many sideline reporters. There are only so many hosts. And I'm like, I'm actually not trying to be any of y'all. So don't freak out about that. But it's hard.
Yeah.
We'll
talk. Yeah, I want to ask you about the WNBA story that came out this week, and I want to get back to the Kings. We got Give and Go with Maybach O. We got a lot more ahead. We're going commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour when D'Lo, KC, and Olivia return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. And then we'll come back with the friends.
Johnny, for sure. I'm gonna blow your mind with this one, Olivia. Johnny G, I don't think I've heard this one before. This is a bar. He says, not you, Steven. Facts. If I've learned anything from Scooby-Doo is the villain isn't a stranger, but usually someone you know.
That is a bar. That's going on a tombstone right there. Hopefully not mine, but that's a good one right there.
That is a bar. Scooby-Doo out here teaching life lessons. Just that's like how people it's not really my bag. I mean, I really like the show, but I think it's a little bit after me or before. No, after me. There are people who swear SpongeBob teaches life lessons.
I've never seen it before.
I've never seen an episode of SpongeBob.
No, first of all, SpongeBob is hilarious. So there's it is super funny. But there's like people who are like, yeah, man, like SpongeBob, like you for sure, like they sneak little stuff in there that absolutely shows you like some life lessons or whatever. I'm like, what are you talking about? Most of the time I think these guys are high. So what do you mean?
I like that there's a character named Patrick. Like, doesn't everybody else have like a weird under the sea name and his name is just Patrick?
Patrick and what's this girl's name is Sandy.
Okay.
Well, Squidward is a weird name. Squidward is the only weird name.
SpongeBob is a weird name.
Well, he's Bob.
That's true. Well, I feel like most cartoons and even like movies, animated movies, they throw in stuff like that for the parents at times, just to get you through.
What was Jamie Foxx's joint on Disney?
Oh, Soul.
Soul? Oh my God. Good Lord. Did you watch Soul?
I haven't seen Soul. It's on my to watch list.
Phenomenal movie.
Man.
It won some stuff, yeah?
What's that?
Did it win some things?
I think so. Yeah. I think Jamie Foxx did win some things for that.
I'm sorry,
yeah, man, that was
so weird.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Yeah, SpongeBob, maybe some weird stuff.
I remember when
what was Plankton's restaurant name?
What happened?
The name of Plankton's restaurant.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know what you're saying.
What?
Plankton's restaurant. The name of it, and I don't think it's actually pronounced like that, but when you see it when it's spelled, it's hilarious.
Oh dear.
I'll put it in the chat in a second.
Yeah, Sean, that's definitely Jamie Foxx. Phenomenal movie.
Yeah, there you go, Jacob Z. But it's not. It's like chum.
Yeah, I see.
But it's said as chum.
Yeah,
but
that's what Jesse said it in my ear. That's not okay. This is not okay at all. Well, that's like Shrek. Like when you watch Shrek, Shrek is a movie for adults. Like Shrek ain't for kids.
Wow.
Like,
I like all these movies though.
When The Simpsons came out, I was pretty little, and it was like, Bart Simpson, dude, get away from me. And then you get older, you're like, oh, this is about Homer.
But
and it's crazy.
Yeah, Homer takes over as the star of the show as it goes along. But like, so obviously I got a kid, and you watch these movies. Like, I love stuff like Zootopia. Zootopia was a great movie. Had a great message. Love Zootopia. And then what's the other one that I really liked? I like the Lego movie, the Lego Ninjago. That was a great movie. But there's little stuff in there that, yeah, I think is super funny. He's like, why are you laughing at this? But I think it's hilarious.
My sister will say that too. She's like, the kids don't know what I'm laughing at. Like, what was that? Like, that was for me. That wasn't for you.
We Kenny and I were trying to learn TikTok.
Why?
Because we want to make videos where we hit the camera and we got a dope outfit on. So when you sign up for something, it tells you to like follow. One of the people I followed is my goddaughter. And then I just recognized, I don't know that I'm ready. I don't think I want to do this anymore. We're coming back. She ain't a little kid anymore. Streaming live on the Odyssey app for sure. 13:20 a.m. of course, but I can assure you, this is a very different show when you watch it. Because these commercial breaks, man, they delve down some interesting paths, including discussion of television geared towards children, like SpongeBob SquarePants and some of the different Scooby-Doo, I believe, is what launches the conversation.
That was a bar.
Soul, Zootopia, Shrek, all of that came up in the last 4 minutes.
Love Zootopia. And then you got your oh man, what was my movie, man, that I love where they did like the Day of the Dead. What was that movie?
Oh,
I have no idea.
That's recent, right?
Yeah.
Coco?
The little boy, Coco.
Coco.
Oh
That's Jesse.
Coco.
Jesse got that.
Oh my gosh, Coco was phenomenal. Oh, what a movie. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, there you have it.
Time for the biggest bar of the show, which is
this the one. It's gonna blow your mind here, Olivia. We got Give and Go with Maybach O, and we'll get back to the Kings and all that. But this gonna blow your mind.
So somebody earlier, I don't know how we got on this either, talking about TV shows and things of that nature. And they said Friends is a ripoff of Living Single. Now, they're 100% correct. I mean, Friends just ripped off so many things, but it was a ripoff of Living Single. And I was like, yeah, you're right. And I said, to take it even further back, Living Single, I'm not going to call it a ripoff because it has its own vibe. It does its own thing. But I think it was inspired by the Golden Girls. I think it's a for the culture, Black version of the Golden Girls. And you see how the characters are laid out. They're carbon copies. Max is the old lady, the witty old lady who always has the one-liner. Blanche and Regine are the same person. Betty White and Kim Coles are the same character. And Khadijah and Dorothy are the same characters.
Yeah, I see that. It's just like Sex and the City. Sex and the City is the same. It's those same archetypes for those characters. Of course, the rest of like the theme around Living Single is nothing like Golden Girls. But yes, I see those.
They put their twist on it. They brought in Overton and Kyle and all that. They did their whole thing. But the premise is these 4 different women. Max didn't live there, but they basically had her living there. These 4 different women living together day in and day out.
It really is amazing how big of a ripoff Friends is of that show.
Oh.
It's like, how can we do this with white people? Like, I gotta, there's an ad. Like, if you ever watch this, what was I watching? It was something on Netflix. It was like a 90s pop thing. And they show, there's one on Boys to Men, and they show an actual ad that says, we're looking for people who can sing like Boys to Men, but look like New Kids on the Block. Fam, that's pretty clear. That is crystal clear what you're looking for.
Yeah, if you think about like all entertainment, it's basically copy paste. As soon as they find a winning formula, they just do it all over again.
Yeah.
It's Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, and they were you can go all the way back to the 50s and 60s. The same guys are doing the same moves and dancing and getting the girls who are 13 years old going nuts. It's like it's a formula, a win-win formula. This is how we know we can do it.
Then,
but I think I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to tell you the other one I threw in there too, but go ahead. I want to hear what you got to say.
Well, don't throw in the other one because the other one's just wrong.
Which other one?
Oh, no.
You agreed with it.
With the show?
Yes.
Well, now I want to know. What?
I said Martin is the Jeffersons.
Oh.
Martin is the Jeffersons. I feel like that meme, with that blonde lady and like the physics or the calculus, and she's like trying to figure out.
That is a pretty funny. I like that one because I don't know where that movie is from, but it fits.
It's there. There's no Shanae on the Jeffersons, though. But
there is no Shanae on there. But he's got his friends. He's really cranky and moody, but the wife is always the calmer one. I don't know how you deal with him, and it's great.
Every sitcom dad is cranky, and the wife is like, "Come on, come on, Al."
Come on, Martin, stop it. Come on, Martin.
Yeah, it's always that character, and the man is always like funny, but he's curmudgeon, and she's like, "Come on, let's do stuff," and come on, like, oh my god, this is why I think men grow up not wanting to be married because they think all women are going to be like, "Come on," the whole time.
I do think we should take this opportunity to point out Martin in 2022 is really freaking cheesy.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Like every scene, it's Martin Lawrence on like 10. Why not? You don't like it's like, yo, nobody ever talk like that, like all of the time. Like Martin's talking like that the whole time. And I watched a few episodes. I was like, yo, this I don't know if I'm gonna admit this in mixed company, but yo, this ages terribly.
Keep that to yourself.
Okay, I'll keep it. It's just family. It's just family. I keep it to myself. But that age is terrible.
We will not talk about the first 2.5 seasons of Martin that way ever.
Okay. All right.
I was gonna say it was like that in first season. I don't remember. I think he was just
The
so
first
new
season
and
was
loud.
really, no, to Damien's point, the first season was just the very first episode, the first scene. Like he's on one. Like
He's such a character. Like it's so over the top. It's not realistic.
It was kung fu fighting.
Yeah.
That's the first scene when Gina's trying to get ready for work, and he's. It was a lot. It was a lot. But we're not talking about that on the show.
No, we won't admit that. No one will ever find out. Give and go with Maybach O, one of our favorite times of the week. Olivia gives and she goes. These are generally the goods and the bads. Olivia, what do we got this week?
I know everyone's feeling depressed right now, hopeless, but I want to see a win tonight. So give me a win, give me hustle, give me drive, give me smart basketball, good body language, assists.
Oh God, are we back to? Oh man, body language is back already.
We're looking at the body language, breaking it down.
Where your head goes is where your heart then follows, and lower and lower. Your head, your shoulders, your heart. If you feel like there is no, yeah, let's put that on a t-shirt. Yeah,
we can do that. We have a business. We have a business.
Where the head goes, the heart will follow. Maybach O.
Yeah. So I want their heads to be up, their hearts to be open to the experience, all 4 quarters. And
they
to play basketball.
We should that's a good call right there, Olivia. This is De'Aaron Fox last night when he was asked if there's bigger magnitude to that loss versus the Pelicans.
Definitely. Being one of the teams that we're chasing, this is a game that we definitely needed, especially, if it were to come down to it and, we were to, have the same record as them, then you need tiebreakers and things like that. So, we got to let this one go, and we got another one tomorrow against a team that's ahead of us as well.
And let's run one more here. De'Aaron Fox again. How do they bounce back from that loss?
Like you said, you keep playing. You play until the last game of the season. So that's pretty much the mentality that you have to take. As a team, as a basketball player, you go out there to win every game. You go out there to get better every game. So that's our approach going into it.
I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
I feel like we've heard De'Aaron more depressed after victories this year. So I'm good. I'm since we're talking body language, we got to talk tone and all of that different stuff. I'm good with the way that De'Aaron handled that last night.
I am too. I feel like they want to make sure that this trade feels good and that it was worth the big emotional letdown we had because of some of the moves. So they're still like, yeah, we're in it. We're going to figure this out. They're not going to let themselves, totally off the hook tonight and for the rest of the season because that doesn't look good. Right. So they got to play tonight. They got to show up. And they've had some success with the new guys. So it's not as if they don't know how to do it. Although the Kings not knowing how to do it hasn't been the problem. It's just doing it and doing it consistently. Mm-hmm. So that's what they got to do tonight. What can go for me tonight, if you don't mind my going, is if the basket, like Mark Jones says, there seems to be a lid on the basket at some point and they just can't make shots. If your outside shot is not going down anymore, do something else. Don't just keep jacking up threes, especially those of you who know you shouldn't be shooting threes to begin with, because that's not your game. Make another pass. Now, of course, if you're wide open, it's likely because the other team knows that you're not supposed to be shooting threes. So sometimes you got to take that shot. But like last night, that first half, the ball was going in, yay, but it was also because it was created off of passing, being smart with the ball, making the good shot, not just the open shot, or even just taking the good shot, not just the open shot. So I wanted them to play with some eagerness to win tonight, with some energy, and to not be so stuck in this pattern of like, I give up, maybe we can get 20 points with this 1-3. You're not going to get back into the game that way. So play the small ball, keep running through the paint, pass, and you can stay in or hopefully not have to climb out of the hole, but at least be in the game. And again, as fans, as I always say, we just want to see you trying. And that's enough.
Yeah. When you're kind of trying to coach a team or you're out there playing or something like that, you think about what you're willing to give up, right, in certain situations. And I think other teams are looking at the Sacramento Kings and like, well, we can't let Fox get in the paint. We can't let Sabonis eat down there. They cannot get layups because they get going when they start getting layups and cuts are going, things of that nature. So we'll pack it in a little bit. And what's going to be open is the wide open threes. And I understand everybody that says stop shooting threes, but that's the shot that's open. And it, like I said earlier, sometimes, because you guys are right, I understand what you're saying. Sometimes it's more about you have to make the shot as opposed to stop shooting it. Because what you're going to do, you're wide open, you're going to not shoot it and run right into four guys that are into the paint. Like that's also not going to work. They get the ball into Sabonis, they double team him, he makes the correct pass to get it out to a wide open shooter. They got to knock down the shot.
What about taking a dribble? What about taking a dribble 2 steps forward, shortening the shot a little bit and pulling up? Now,
That's what I was going to say. Take the 2 steps in, because most of their shots are just right off the rim, which means they don't have legs. They don't have the energy. They don't have the motion. It's not. So take a couple steps in if you can and shoot that shot. But I'm with you, Kenny. What my next give me a bench that plays, that can hit shots when they're open. Mm-hmm. Because like you said, they're gonna triple team Sabonis. They're gonna get after De'Aaron and make it difficult for him to get in the paint. So the other 3 guys on the court have to be smart and have to hit shots. They're not. It's not enough just to have 2. You've got to have an inside-outside game. But you can't just, get behind the 3-point line ready for Sabonis to chuck it out to you and keep missing. It's not that hard to take another step in.
You seem like you're against that. Like, why? I feel like you want to argue against that. Yeah,
I'm saying that's typically not. That's not usually what happens, right? Like you practice, you work on catching and shooting. That's your.
You got to be able to adjust, don't you? Like if you just miss shot after shot after shot, and you feel things slipping away, you've just got to get a basket. Like we've been praising De'Aaron Fox for his mid-range game. DeMar DeRozan is the talk of the league because it's his mid-range game. You're talking about the paint being clogged. If you take a couple of steps forward and able to knock down a couple of mid-range shots, aren't you forcing that defense now to step out a little bit further to prevent that from happening and perhaps opening things up for Domantas Sabonis a little bit? You got to hit him. You got to hit the shot either way. Like that's the issue, and I get it.
All I'll say is that what you guys say in theory makes sense. Absolutely. That's not how it works. This is not how it works. Like name the last time you guys saw that. Somebody's missing and they take 1, 2, they're wide open from 3. They don't take the 3. They take 1, 2, 3 steps in and shoot the mid-range shot. Maybe you can count on.
We don't see it watching this club because this club seems to think every 3 they're going to take is going to go in. They've shot themselves completely out of the game. There are teams who can keep the Golden State Warriors could take 1,000 open threes and miss them if they want to, but the Golden State Warriors can correct something on the defensive end. They can get stops on the defensive end. The Boston Celtics can miss 10,000 shots in a row, but they could get something done on the defensive end. If you are incapable, which the Sacramento Kings are, of getting anything done on the defensive end, you've got to find a way to do something on offense.
I understand, and what I would say is you got to get stops to get easy buckets in transition.
But you're going back to defense now. Now you're telling them to do something they have no history of doing.
That's how, if I'm telling you, if you want them to stop shooting threes, then that's the thing. Because number one, they're not all in the paint. All of the defenders are not in the paint, right? They're about where you would take a step in on a dribble. And that's where they're at. Like when I coach, I would tell these guys, don't go past the 3-point line. That doesn't mean stand 13 feet from the basket. That means stand 17 feet. So if you're catching the ball in high school, you're 19 feet away from the basket, or 20 feet. If I'm catching the ball at the 3-point line and I'm 20 feet away and I'm not hitting, but he's giving me space to hit that shot, if I dribble in, now I'm dribbling into 17 feet, which is right where I just told this guy to stand. I told him, don't go to 20. As a defender, stay at 17. So that's what I'm saying. Like the dribble in, you're dribbling right into where the defense is. They're not just standing under the basket. they're standing to the point where you're open enough to shoot the three, but we're not going to give you anything mid-range and closer. We want you to shoot the three, not the mid-range. So I'm saying, like, that's where the defense is going to be. The next thing about that is you've got to get things that you're going to have to get. If you want to get to the basket and do all that, you're going to have to whip the ball around a little quicker, like Olivia was talking about, and look for angles there to attack the basket, catch guys closing out a little harder or not closing out in good defensive form, so you can get around and get to the basket that way. But the passes that Sabonis kicked out from the double team and the guys wide open from three, they're not, what you guys are saying makes sense. They're not going to not shoot the three, take 2 dribbles in and shoot the mid-range.
Okay, well, then Kings lose by 20 tonight if they miss more than 2 shots in a row. So
I'm just saying
see you tomorrow at noon on
what I'm saying. In theory, it makes perfect sense, but that's just it just doesn't work that way.
Well, I hear what you're saying. Defense creates offense. If you're playing hard on defense, if you're getting the ball out of the net, or you're coming off a missed shot, getting it up the court quickly. Now you get to dictate the flow of the offense if you get down there quickly. And hopefully that flow means you're not running to the 3-point line so you can jack up a three. Now you
run for layups. Yes.
And they did that last night.
They did it in the first half. That's what
right.
they did in the first half.
That's right.
Possible.
They did it in the first half. That's right.
Yep.
And some of the threes they made were made by Harrison, and we had 1 or 2. But my point is, like, if you're not, and Kenny, you mentioned this, if you're not going to play defense the way you need to play defense, you can't play offense the same way, because it won't translate. One, they're collapsing on Sabonis and De'Aaron, so the rest of the guys are just going to be open. But you're now starting your offense in a place where they're set, so you're limiting your options. So you have to get down there quicker, and for me, it's always like, throw the ball up the court. After if you're taking it out of the net, throw the ball up the court. You don't have to dribble that one person. If it's Sabonis, if it's De'Aaron, it's Davion, throw it up the court, because you're not good in a set defense, because your shooters aren't there. They don't show up consistently every night. So start the offense earlier. But I hear your point about them not taking a step forward. I mean, I think as a whole, the Kings just need to be able to develop a mid-range game. They got to have a guy, 1 or 2 guys that can hit those at least half the time. Last night was just unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I could keep arguing about this. I won't, but it's fine. I get the point that you're making. I just don't know how. Like, there's literally nothing they could do then. Because if you're a team, if you're a defense, and we all saw what we saw last night. If you're game planning, and maybe this is where coaching gets involved. Mm-hmm. If you're game planning, you just play. You do everything the Pelicans did in the second half, because you know what's going to happen. This is what we talked about. That shot's going to stop falling, and the San Antonio Spurs or the Dallas Mavericks or the New York Knicks or the Nuggets or the Jazz or the Celtics, whoever, they're like, that's it. They've missed a couple in a row. Get up the floor. We could put them away. In 3 possessions, we could put this team away. Because the Kings probably will be down by 4.
Look, they'll try it, and if it works, great. But it's not. I don't think it's going to be a mid-range thing. It's going to be a situation where you work off Sabonis at the high post. You get back cuts, things of that nature. Now you can keep trying that. Now, if I'm coaching against the Kings, I just lock that up. I take away all the avenues for that, and I give them. You're going to give them something, even if like they're thinking the same way you're thinking. Like I told you, when I tell somebody to close out, I'm not going to say be 13 feet from the basket, be 17. So they don't have a place to dribble into. They either have to take that 3-pointer or they attack, and you're in a good spot. Like, defense is scouting and getting paid too. So they're going to you're going to have a wide open 3, or you're going to try and beat me one-on-one. And then that becomes a situation where you don't have the ball players to beat somebody one-on-one. You don't have Brenden Ingram, who can take 2 dribbles with somebody defending you and rise over the top at 15 feet away. And that's where you're lacking in the roster aspect. So to a certain degree with this roster, they're kind of stuck in a position where they don't have the people who can make those Brenden Ingram-like shots with somebody draped on them 15 feet away. And they're kind of forced to either get in transition, Fox is getting to the basket, Sabonis is killing, or they're hitting threes that night. Like, that's kind of the only ways they can win right now. because then they don't even get to the free throw line enough because they don't have nobody who can create their own shot.
Well, I agree with you that they don't have the roster to do all the things that we want them to do. They don't have the roster right now. But the way you make up for a lack of shooting is playing defense. We've been talking about this for months. This is how we entered the season, was like, yeah, we've got some shooters, but if you don't lock in a couple of stops and key moments to keep you in the game, then you've lost the whole thing. And now all of a sudden you've lost by 30, you've lost by 15. And Davion was going to be our savior because he brought the energy and he was going to inspire everyone else to do it. And he's done what he can, and
he's trying. Yeah, him and Dante both are trying.
Dante, one of my gives is Dante. I like the energy that he has, the aggressiveness. He's a little nutballs every now and then, kind of running around crazy. But I prefer that to lackadaisical, to running behind the 3-point line and just waiting for an opportunity to take an open shot. I like the energy that he's bringing. And I think, like I said, the other bench players have to step up and make those shots, the ones that we're talking about. The only way to win is for that to happen. To stay in the game, at least, is to play defense so you can play your offense the way that you want to, in a way where you're not trapped into the paint, because now you've got options. You're starting your offense early on in the clock, and you can make the kind of shots that you want to make and take the kind of shots that are good for you. The ones that you know you can shoot. The ones you know that will go down.
The bench has been a little sketchy three of the last 4 games, with Oklahoma City being the exception. So you kind of got to take that for what it's worth. They played well against Oklahoma City. Dante, I think it's easier. You mentioned Dante kind of running around crazy. Someone told me once, it's easier to tell somebody to slow down than it is to tell them to speed up. So if you kind of reel in some of those things about Dante, and again, that's the weird dichotomy with those two last night, because I do think I think overall both of them played pretty well defensively, but it became glaring. It's like, all right, they're defensive guys. Oh shoot, okay, we can't have nothing from you on the offensive end. Like we've got to be able to count on like a couple of things from you, especially if you're going to be, as you noted, camping out behind the 3-point line. We've got to get some of those to drop, and we know with both of those guys, they're capable. Got to get them on some sort of system. Like y'all can't go cold at the same time. Like this team is wild in the fact that it's like when one guy is off, like they're all off.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like when a couple of starters go out and you just have to hold your breath. Like who's gonna keep it down for us? At least keep us within distance that we can make up potentially. But it gets scary when everybody goes cold and everyone starts throwing up threes.
Yep. You got some more give and goes?
I feel like we talked through all of them.
Well, that's all right. That's what we do. We're a talk show.
Well,
that's
one of mine was, a gift that I talk about all the time, and we probably talk about as a group together, is the strong starts to the quarters and closing out those quarters and the halves strong. How you end it will dictate how you begin the next quarter. If you're limping off the court at the end, you've given up, it's like a minute and a half. You're like, well, we're about to go to halftime. It's fine. Start the third period the same way. So tonight, I'd like to see some strong starts and finishes. Hopefully, it'll be throughout the quarter. But that, I think, is very essential for the Kings, because if they don't end well, they don't begin the next quarter, the next half well.
I got a Buffalo Bills league proposal here.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Let's get rid of halftime. I think I speak for all Sacramento Kings fans. Let's put together a proposal that just says, you know what? These are the best conditioned athletes. What's this for? Look, I know we'll see the what's her name? The lady with the bike and the plates.
Yeah, the
Panda.
What is that?
We'll before the game, after the game, we're squeezing in those little 2-minute increments.
After the game.
We can see Coolio in the Delco. We don't need halftime. I'm gonna put together that proposal and get it to Chris Paul and Malcolm Brogdon and that crew, and just tell them we don't need to do this anymore.
I like that though.
Do away with halftime.
I'm always concerned with what is being said at halftime, because even when they have a good first half, we had those third quarter series. It was like, what do they say? Is it are the orange slices spiked? They just come out?
I'm like, what's being said at halftime? Nothing. Nothing. All right, boys, get them slices and get out there and get some shots up. And that's terrible. I apologize to Alvin Gentry. I don't believe that that's true at all. But whatever's being said ain't working, whether it's by Alvin or by the players. It's not working.
Yeah.
And like, fam, the history of this is really long. You talk about there being some bad mojo over the Kings organization. Third quarter being an issue, that's not brand new.
No, not at all. It's gone on way too long. This spans different coaches, different players, different general managers. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Maybe we do need to get rid of Arco, and that'll change everything.
Bruh, I think you might be onto something. The second Arco Arena blows up, the Kings are going to be a winning team. Like, I know the big going away event is what they say, the 19th.
Yeah.
Are they blowing it up the 20th? Because there might still be time if you blow that thing up on the 20th. It's probably the clown tunnel.
Yeah.
Oh, did you know there was a clown tunnel?
I'm scared. I'm already scared. Hearing clown and tunnel together.
You're not a clown person. You don't like clowns at all, huh?
Fam, there's a clown tunnel at the Arco Arena. At the old, well, I say the old Arco Arena. There's only one at Arco Arena. There's a clown tunnel, and I believe that I don't. I just got to believe that that's part of the bad mojo that hangs over this franchise.
Wait, why do the clowns need a tunnel?
James explained it to us in one of the greatest hours, I think, in the history of radio when he explained. It has something to do with the circus. It had, like, the tunnel was there for like a specific reason, but it wound up not getting used. And then they started.
The tunnel was there because that was supposed to be a tunnel to the baseball stadium.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
That's what it was. The workers would use it.
Yes.
But the baseball stadium doesn't exist.
Right.
So now this is just a tunnel. And I guess the clowns, it was like the clowns used it when the circus was here.
And they painted a clown.
Yes.
Around
it's a very real thing.
It's crazy.
Oh, no.
Like, how could your franchise not be cursed when you've got that living in your city?
Just describing it, I'm like, this is the beginning of a scary movie. A clown tunnel, and it's painted on that. Like, that's
man, Arco got to go.
Blow that up, whatever it takes.
Arco got to go.
I think that's what it is. I now that we're talking through this live on the radio and there's no turning back, I think it's Arco. I think Arco has been the problem. It's not Vivek. It wasn't Buddy. It's not Matina. It's Arco. Arco's the problem. Everybody have your big fond farewell on the 19th. Take 20 steps back and let's watch that thing blow up.
I'm gonna be there like
I want a live stream.
Joel Embiid posted when Ben Simmons got traded. Make sure it leaves. Standing there making sure that thing is gone.
I'll be like Bobby Jackson in the video where they filled, was it Jason Thompson's car with popcorn? They filled someone's car with popcorn and on the Dante Green show. And then the camera pans over and it catches Bobby with the window of his cars just slightly cracked, like peering out, watching everything happen. That's gonna be me. I'm gonna be out there across the street at the apartment complex in the Thomas, just watching, making sure that thing's burning to the ground.
Make sure you go through the rubble and make sure.
I ain't doing that. Ain't gonna doing that. It could.
What if there's like some wreckage that survives? The clown tunnel could survive. You've got to break it up or something.
That'll be a hospital's problem at that point.
When you don't fully kill the thing, that's how sequels happen. You think it's gone, but then they come back.
Well, they're here now.
You want to do it? You don't want to do it. I got it. But yeah, clown tunnel.
There's still. I haven't seen every inch of the Golden One Center, and I can't confirm there's not a clown tunnel there.
Well, there is a tunnel. We know that. I don't know if it's a clown tunnel. If there's clowns, but there's a tunnel from the arena to the Sawyer.
Yeah, that's well. I mean, not all of us have access to that tunnel. Obviously, my partner does. I ain't never been granted access to that tunnel. That's got the special parking lot. It's where all the Maseratis and the Range Rovers and the Teslas go. Yo, I'm regular dude who parks in the garage. So me and I just only one of us here has access to that special tunnel.
Hey man, I don't even know how I got over there. I was lost.
Yeah, right. Whatever you say, bro. Whatever you say, bro. Oh, are we at the point like? I mean, it was a package deal. Are you just watching how are you watching the game tonight? Like, is it just, are we evaluating games now like in singular form? Like no more package deals, no more, oh, they got a nice little win streak. No, we're just looking at one game, evaluating that in it by itself, and then we'll look at the next one, evaluate that in it by itself, because the only thing that's going to change right now are lottery odds, ping pong balls.
I think it's day by day, game by game. But it's not just about the win, right? It's also about the team chemistry. And
shoot, it might be more about the loss at this point. That's a tight race for ping pong balls.
It is.
Well, whatever happens on the court, whatever, if we get a win or a loss here, I'm looking for the signs of hope for next season.
Yeah.
And thinking through who could come in and hit the mid-range shot, or, play lockdown defense, things that we can depend on.
I think there's a big roster retool coming this season. I do think I think it's De'Aaron DeMontis, and I actually think it's Harrison Barnes also. I think there has to be a hell of an offer that changes Monty McNair, or I shouldn't say changes Monty McNair's mind. I haven't talked to Monty McNair. I don't know what his thinking on this is, but it would have to be, you would really have to move me to acquire Harrison Barnes. But everything else, man, including Davion Mitchell, I feel like the whole conversation and the pick. Yeah. And I like Davion, by the way. And I said this earlier, I would like to see Davion start at the 2 alongside De'Aaron Fox with Domantas Sabonis. And I'm fine if you keep Trey Lyles there and Harrison Barnes is also. But you said this yesterday. That pick might be the most valuable asset the Kings have right now.
Yeah. I'm glad they have it. I'm glad we have some ability to make some moves that will really impact the team next year. Here's hoping that happens. I mean, I don't know. It's an emotional roller coaster. I'm like, yes, things can. I don't. Maybe
Kings fan. That's being a Kings fan.
But like I said, it's day by day, it's game by game, and I think it's really just, as fans getting excited by what could be. That's the only way you stay a fan, is by what could be, because what is not happy. So it's like we were talking about the sports broadcast. Maybe this is a Twitter conversation, and they're like, "Oh, Buddy could get hot anytime." Like, I don't want to hear about Buddy being able to get hot at any point.
Yeah.
But it's not their fault, right? They want you to keep watching, so they have to give you hope, and the team has to give us hope by playing out the rest of the season in a way that we want to show up on game day. Preseason, summer league, all that stuff. You want us to stay engaged, that's what's going to take. Although I feel like Kings fans will watch anyway.
They will. They'll be frustrated. Yeah, we'll all watch.
That's not.
We'll all watch. We'll be frustrated, but that's really the best thing about Kings fans. We'll watch, we'll be frustrated, we'll be angry, but we'll do it together. So you always you always have a shoulder to come cry on. And so whatever happened last night, that was last night. Or as Olivia would say, that was the game last night. Work that in. That's branding right there. Branding 101.
There we go.
Game last night. There's another one tonight, and it's just a couple of hours away. So we'll see how it all plays out. And of course, we'll be here tomorrow at noon to break it all down. It's a Friday. Which means we've got a busy day. Trista Crick will be with us. James Ham will be with us. Kyle Matson will be with us. Boy, it's starting in San Francisco. John Lynch tells Matt Mayoka that the 49ers have budgeted for a scenario where Jimmy Garoppolo returns. We'll talk about that with Kyle tomorrow. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Hit the thumbs up and subscribe buttons before you go, and we'll see you here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
And we're clear.
My last give is baseball. Give me baseball.
Well, minor league baseball. That'll be here.
Video game baseball.
I feel like that's the worst of all video games is video games.
But you ain't getting baseball, that's for sure.
None, absolutely none.
I don't think you're getting any. No. I think baseball actually needs to feel like just the absolute anger from their entire fan base before they're like, hey, maybe we should do something.
I don't know. I mean, billionaires are already billionaires. Like, I feel like they don't even really need it. What if baseball just goes away?
It's not about what you need. It's about what you want.
That's true.
They want more.
They want it all.
This is awesome, Jesse. Thank you. No, this is exactly what I needed. Thank you. This is perfect.
I want some.
Jesse sent we're doing something new on YouTube. Jesse sent timestamps, time markers for the show.
Dope.
Yeah, so that's awesome. Where are you? Southern or northern? Because the move is happening. Okay.
Yeah, the move was happening over the weekend, the early days of this week, but I'm back in LA. Could you the sirens were really close to my house?
Oh yeah.
They were
Oh yeah, we was concerned about you.
Like,
We were we were concerned. We were like, oh, it's about to just blink a couple times if you need help.
No, these blue blockers, you can't tell if I'm blinking or not.
Going down over there.
Sounded so loud.
Nah, it's all right. It's no big deal. We deal with lawnmowers, dogs.
Yeah, these dogs are. I don't even know where these dogs come from.
We'll be in the studio at some point. I read a lengthy email from our man Joe last night. It doesn't sound like it's anytime soon, but we will be in the studio at some point. Stuff is happening, yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
He wants to know, Olivia, what NFL team do you follow?
I am a Bears fan.
It's a travesty, to be honest.
I'm a Bears fan. But on Sunday, I'm all about matchups. So I'll watch all the games if they're good games. But I was raised a Bears fan, and I'm not embarrassed by that. Thanks for the question. We got a black GM.
Well, you do. You do.
Wow.
See, I'm blackety black. I'm always just like Issa Rae. I'm going for everybody black all the time.
This is great. Jesse made us timestamp, so now you can actually just go watch the commercial breaks. That is spectacular. What other show will timestamp where you can go watch what is arguably the best part of the show?
My brother always says, he's like, when I get to watch the show, the breaks, the commercials are the best part.
Commercials are wild.
Talking about SpongeBob and Patrick. So.
Oh, you got a fellow Kings Bears fan in here.
Hey.
And actually got a couple with Manny in here. Or I don't know. John might have quit us. John might secretly hate us. I haven't seen John Bull all week.
Yeah, man.
He's a Kings Bears fan.
Nice.
Kings Bears fan. All right, let's get 10 more people to hit the thumbs up so we could get to 200. And we will see. Oh no, you got a couple in here, fam. You got a couple. You got O, you got Manny, you got John. They're all Bears fans for sure. All right, let's get 10 more people to hit the thumbs up, and let's see y'all back here tomorrow, man. We appreciate you for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow at noon.